sit over here? Marco?
Hmm?
You want me to sit over here?
Sure.
Okay.
Why are you all the way over there, Dimitri?
Would you in your lap or something?
Kind of.
Here, I'll help you out.
The desk is in the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Shoot, I need a... Man, I don't have a...
So I needed a frame, please.
So, Kelly, is it okay if I sit here so I can look at Marco's stuff? Or do you want me? Where's Doc me?
Okay.
Kelly, is that okay? I need your permission. That's it.
Yes,
I need to
please.
figure out...
Wait, what are you doing? Why aren't you here?
Want me there? Okay, I thought I could... Oh, Marco, where the buttons is. Okay, I'll sit here. Right here's good. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. You got like your law enforcement guy coming in, right?
Yes, at 12 o'clock, Gary is coming for an Ask Me Anything session.
And how do you know him?
We just met through a whole bunch of mutual friends back in, I would say, 07, 06 or 07.
Yeah.
And he's got a very interesting background. He's got over 40 or 50 years in law enforcement, including undercover work at the DEA. And
Is he working now?
he just retired, I want to say, about a year ago.
Ooh, maybe you can help me with my badge collection.
Ooh.
I showed you my badge collection, didn't I?
Kelly, can you hear me? Can Kelly hear me? Okay,
Are
good.
you offline there, Marco?
Why, do I got hit on so she can...
No, you're not yet. So hit, no. On the right, there's a stack of buttons, and offline, hit the offline button. Now they can hear you.
Kelly, can you hear me?
Maybe our mics have to be.
Okay. So now what?
Oh, now try the on button.
Kelly, can you hear me?
You're on the air when you do that.
Oh, even when it's on offline?
I think so.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Marco, that was my mistake.
Well,
See, now you should be able to talk to him.
I was being instructed.
So go back to program. PGM. Are we ready? Not yet. Go to PGM.
PGM.
And then don't hit the on button, but when you're ready to talk, hit the on button.
Okay.
You'll come on and say,
Do I say good morning? No. I don't say good morning.
You can say good morning.
Kelly, I'm just going on and push
Oh,
button.
sit.
Okay.
You always want to be in program, okay?
Huh?
You always want to be in program for the start of the show, okay? You only go offline on breaks,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll tell you when to go.
Okay.
Do not listen to these guys, okay? We'll cue you.
Do I say 6:30 KHOW?
6:30 KHOW, do you know that?
303 Martino.
Ripped off,
Marco, you're almost there.
bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Well, we don't have Tom Martino. We have Marco Bendinelli in the studio today. I am filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, who happen to be out. We can talk a little bit about that later, about where they are and what they're doing. But we have a great show lined up for you today. We are ready for your calls. So dial in should you have a question, a problem, 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. You are listening to the Troubleshooter Show, and you probably know that. This is the home of the consumer advocate, the people's champion, the Tom Martino Show. And as Tom would say, have you been ripped off, taken advantage? Do you need some help? Well, we are here to help. For over 45 years, Tom has been listening to your complaints, answering your questions, and solving your problems. Hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, and services have been recovered. And so if you have any of those things that you'd like to talk about, call us now, 303, and call early because we have some lines open, 303-MARTINO. And you can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com. Now, again, I am Marco Bendinelli. I am pleased, honored, privileged to be filling in for Tom and Mark. This is my first time doing this. I am excited to be here. We have a great show lined up for you today. We have a special guest coming in a couple hours, a former lieutenant of the Aurora Police Department, Gary Millspaugh, and he'll be here to answer your questions, tell you some stories, and it'll be, I'm sure, very exciting and interesting.
Absolutely, Marco. And I think one of the reasons it's going to be so entertaining is it's going to be our first ever Ask Me Anything session. So if any of us, like me, and like you, who's a big-time lawyer, and any of our listeners, if I wanted to ask a real cop with about 50 years experience anything, how to get out of a ticket, how do you know if they're going to write you a ticket or give you a warning? How many donuts do they really eat in a day? Man, this is the day to start calling in.
I'll tell you, that sounds, I don't know how exciting the donut question is, but those other ones are relevant and interesting. Now, my name again is Marco Bendinelli. I am owner and founder of the Bendinelli Law Firm. I've been a practicing lawyer since 1995, which some people would say that is 30 years. I would say that makes me old. Okay. But anyway, I am
experienced.
Experienced, right. Tenured, mature. Anyway, we can be found at colawfirm.com. CO like Colorado. So www.colawfirm.com. And you can call my law firm if you need me for any reason. I could be reached at 1-800-ATTORNEY. 1-800-ATTORNEY. So if you wonder if you have a case, you need some legal advice, you have a question for me, I can be reached there, not today, but I can be reached at 1-800-ATTORNEY. So,
Marco, will you pick up if somebody calls 1-800-ATTORNEY?
Well, I hope the line would be answered, but not by me personally. But I am there. You know, I'm there 40 hours a week, even though I'm not a young man. I love what I do. You know, we have a personal injury law firm, and somewhat like Tom, you know, it's a little different, but we help people, you know, and for 30 years, I've been in Colorado since 1997, and I opened up in my basement. Honestly, now we have about 30 people strong.
Wow, 30 people? You got 30 people working for you?
Yes, sir. And we have attracted some of the best legal talent in the state, and we help people. You know, so the premise when I opened up my law firm was that we want to practice law with excellence, and we want to practice law with integrity, and we are personal injury, so people that find themselves injured by the negligence of another, they call us, and we get them justice. And unlike most law firms, we try more cases than just about any other law firm in the state because we don't allow our clients to be pushed around. And I think we are different in that regard. We require justice, and you know, we don't sell our clients down the river. And so we have a lot of trial experience, and that's what we do. I've actually set some records in this state. I have. Can
you tell us, Marco?
Well, I'll tell you. I have 2 7-figure verdicts within 30 days of one another. And they were against big corporations. And by the way, that's been verified by the Colorado Jury Verdict Reporter, who is a service that keeps track of all the jury verdicts in the state. And so I've set a record in that regard. And you know, we've accomplished some sizable verdicts, and a lot of those verdicts have come, you know, when the insurance company has really been insulting our clients, you know, and so we take them to task, and we've had a lot of success. So,
Marco, I have a question on these successful verdicts. Were these achieved by your firm actually going to trial?
Well, that is a verdict. When you say verdict, that means that it went to trial. Anything other than that would be a settlement.
Okay, that's a difference. And I like the way that your firm actually is not afraid to go to trial, because I think a lot of these personal injury attorneys that I've talked to and dealt with, they're just more interested in doing that backdoor settlement without really testing the waters and going to trial, because I know there's a lot of preparation and time to go to trial, and I think a lot of PI attorneys just don't do it. They just look for an easy, you know, conference call settlement.
It's true. And, you know, and that does separate us. And, you know, there's a lot of lawyers on television and radio that, you know, that are vying for your attention and your business. And, but what the public doesn't understand is that, like Bo said, our deputy, by the way, I'm going to interrupt myself and say we have some wonderful deputies here today. We have Deputy Dimitri and Deputy Bo. And I am really glad they're here to accompany me. But getting back to what I was saying, a lot of the general public don't understand that when you call a law firm and you have a case, they'll take your case, but you know, you got to ask them, do you have a trial calendar? Are you really doing pushback? You know, we have in my office, we have a litigation meeting every week. Every Wednesday, I run it, and with all the lawyers, and we've got a heavy litigation calendar, and that's an indication that we push back. You know, and you know, when I was a young lawyer a long time ago, I had a mentor who was the president of the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association. And I really looked up to that man. His name was Larry Lee. He was a practicing attorney in Boulder, Colorado. And he kind of took me under his wing. And, you know, I used to look at him with 50-cent pieces in my eye. I mean, the guy could do no wrong. Whatever he said was gospel. And as he was, you know, training me or you know, raising me up, so to speak, he told me that 100% of your cases are not made to settle. And, you know, what that meant to me is that, you know, to do personal injury, practice personal injury law, and have any self-respect, you know, you need to be trying cases. And I've been a featured speaker at the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association annual convention. You know, sometimes it's in Steamboat or Vail or, you know, one of these nice places for the weekend, and happens every August. And I've actually been honored to be asked to speak at the CTLA convention a number of times over my career. And, you know, at one point, you know, I said to the trial lawyers, I said, we are the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association. And why is it only 15 or 20% of our membership is actually trying cases? You know, it wasn't a popular message. I hope I don't get any blowback from saying that on the air, but, you know, it's true. And, you know, you want to hire a lawyer when you have an issue that really is a competent litigator. Not that your case is guaranteed to go to trial, but you're guaranteed that, you know, your lawyer is going to push back. And, you know, so there's a lot of lawyers, like I said, on the television and on the radio. And, but, you know, insurance companies don't respect settlement meals.
They don't respect settlement. What?
Mills, M-I-L-L-S.
Oh, mills. Like, okay, I understand.
Yeah, Deputy Bo was saying, they settle everything. And, obviously, they're not paying top dollar to those firms because they know that they're not going to go to trial. And,
Well, Marco, wouldn't they like that if the insurance company knows you're not going to trial because that means the settlement is going to potentially be a lot less?
Well, exactly. The insurance companies keep a dossier on every lawyer in the state, and it matters who your lawyer is. I mean, I've had a 7-figure verdict in 2024 on a case that we were offered like, $40,000, and we, had a 7-figure verdict. So, anyway, so we are looking for your calls. We are ready to answer your questions. 303 Martino, that's 303-627-8466. It's about time for a break, so we will be right back.
Awesome.
Very
awesome.
good, man.
Dude, good job.
Really?
Yeah,
You're going to put Tom out of business.
Yeah, who needs Tom?
He might not have a job when he comes back.
Oh, I doubt that.
Timeshare debacle from Friday. All yours.
Oh, you might need a little help with that, Dimitri.
Thank you. Cool. Thanks a
My
lot.
heart's beating.
No, you did a great job.
I might
And
just
for some reason, you didn't hear him when he said time for a break, so he got on my phone.
Oh,
headphones.
I see.
So when I did this, it's like a break.
Okay, yeah, no,
makes
I
sense.
got that.
Oh, you did hear
No,
it.
I didn't hear him.
Oh,
but I
okay,
saw
yeah.
you do that.
Cool. I'll keep doing that.
I can't even see behind the glass, actually.
Yeah, it's
Look.
pretty annoying, isn't it?
But
Oh, there he is.
they need a flashlight or something.
Oh, yeah.
2 to break.
So
Yeah,
can you
same
hear
line
us?
noise.
How is it that you can hear me when I don't have the on button on?
You got the online on, Dimitri?
Yeah.
So go ahead, Bo. You were going to say something. You were going to give me a tip or something?
Oh,
So yeah, turn up the volume, Dimitri.
but you can hear me even though the button is off? Right, what about... Oh, that's great. Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Yeah, that bet you do.
Oh, but you can hear me.
So Shannon, can you hear us when we're off?
When you go offline,
Yeah.
it's only for your headphones so that we can hear you in there.
And
It
also
has
for the microphone.
Absolutely nothing to do with the microphone.
Well, so you can hear me all the time anyway?
Can you hear us all the time, Kelly?
You can hear me?
What?
Oh, he says he can hear me. That was my only question. But you guys kept saying my
Kelly, it's
headphones,
going to be a
headphones.
long day
headphones.
for you, that's all. What?
Oh, you have the YouTube over there? I didn't know that.
When you hit offline,
Huh?
that's where YouTube can actually.
Oh. So will you guys switch me between PGM and offline
No.
by yourselves? Should I switch to PGM?
Yes.
Okay. What's already... No, look, it's blinking, so somebody's doing it.
Well, Shannon can do that.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Shannon. Thank you.
Light out on the signal. Kelly,
Oh, okay.
it's going to be a long day for you. What do you need? A drink?
Oh. Oh, that totally makes sense. Thank you for that explanation. That's very nice of you. Oh, that's so convenient.
No, just oh, that's all. Okay, Shannon, that's very profound statement you made there.
You meant that figuratively.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
So, hey, thanks for jumping in.
Oh, absolutely.
Because, I felt like I just had to keep rolling, so I even forgot, I just put it all on my
Do we
shoulder.
have any callers?
You're doing great, dude. It's totally natural. It doesn't sound like you're trying.
Okay, good. Well, we need to get some callers, right? So that's what we're going to work on after the break.
Yeah.
You could probably say, Marco, I'm here to give you some advice on your potential personal injury case, so give me a call so we can
We have a lawyer who does criminal work. We have a lawyer who does contracts.
even maybe
We don't have
even legal. Oh,
We only do personal injury.
But if we-
I have one lawyer that works for me that does criminal law.
Like on the side or for your firm?
No, he works for me full time, but that's all he does. And the reason that he's employed, even though, when I started out, I was doing everything.
Yeah.
And so, he partnered up with me and he worked with me. And so over the years, I kind of focused on personal injury. And, one time he said to me, I'm not bringing in enough money to justify my salary.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, as long as I have breath and a pulse, you got a job.
Great.
Because he's been with me since 1999.
you're loyal to him.
Yeah.
Well, Marco, maybe bring that up that you have someone in the firm that does some criminal work. I mean, just maybe get a call.
We advertise for it a little bit online, but I don't want to blur the message.
Sure.
Okay.
That totally makes sense.
All right,
That totally
man.
makes sense.
Okay.
Because he's one guy. We got a lot
Can you
of
maybe talk
all the
about
other people.
maybe just
We got like 28 people,
okay.
Jeez.
and we're all personal injury. 100%.
Nice.
Other than him, and he's an outdoors guy. He's from Colorado. He taught me how to shoot shotgun.
Awesome.
We go pheasant
Oh,
hunting. Because I'm a city boy, But anyway, he ties his own flies. He's amazing.
That's
He's really an outdoors guy.
Okay, here we go.
Anytime.
Yep, there you go.
We are back. We have open lines. We are looking for callers. So right now, before we get busy, take the opportunity. Give us a call. 303-MARTINO or 303-713-TALK. My name is Marco Bendinelli. I'm filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, who is not in the studio today. And so I am a lawyer in Denver and have been practicing for 30 years. Sometimes, that's a double-edged sword. It inspires confidence because people know your experience, but it also communicates, that you've been around for a long time. So I'd rather be 35, but, at age 35, you don't have 30 years of experience. So, comes with the territory.
Marco, if it's not appropriate, I'd like to talk to you about some of the torts that are committed, from your perspective as a plaintiff's injury lawyer. Some of the torts that are committed by minors. I think there are a lot of misconceptions out there about, hey, if a minor did it, his parents are automatically financially responsible, regardless of insurance. But so, for example, where I live, there are a lot of these scooters, the red by the hour scooters.
Okay.
And they are absolutely driven recklessly on the sidewalks, on the roads. And it was sometime last year, I observed, while stopped at a red light, I observed a scooter smash into a car that was also stopped on the other side of me, on the other side of the red light, and clearly did a lot of damage to the car. The rider of the scooter miraculously seemed to be uninjured, or at least uninjured to the extent that he got up and took off running faster than I've ever seen anybody run.
Really?
So what can the driver of this car do other than making a claim on his insurance policy? Because, a lot of people don't have comp and collision insurance. They just have, if we're lucky, they just have the state mandated minimums.
Right.
What can this driver do to have his damages mitigated, if anything?
Okay. Well, first of all, when we are contacted by people that are injured or, injured really, it's usually the rider. Where there may be a claim that, insufficient training, the I don't know what you call them, scooters or things you stand on. You see them downtown all the time. And it's usually like, bad design. The wheels are too small to take bumps, right? And so, my experience has been from that angle. Now, as far as a victim of property damage from one of these things, I would assume, and I'm not positive, and I could look into this for you, but I would assume that the company, whether it's Lyft or what's the other one? There's
I think Uber has their hand in this business, and there's some other one. There like three big ones downtown.
Right, Lime, I think is one.
Oh, you're right. That's the one I was trying to think of.
And anyway, I would assume that they have liability, some type of liability insurance on their scooters, and so but to segue off of that. A lot of times, getting away from scooters, but young people causing accidents or causing injuries, you are correct in that the parents are responsible for the damages caused by the minor. And so when for example, when we file a lawsuit, we have to include a special claim, the family car doctrine, so to speak. You have to plead that when you're filing a lawsuit when the vehicle was operated by a minor. But again, most of our experience or exposure with the scooter stuff, is from people getting hurt from operating them. So I don't know if Lime and Lyft and Uber has insurance on their scooters. I would assume they would have to.
Yeah, it just totally makes sense. But it also feels like their business model is kind of reckless in the sense that they give this scooter or one of those electric bicycles to anybody, regardless of their impairment. A lot of these people that I see they're clearly intoxicated. There's smoke coming out of their mouth while they're riding. Now, Marco, if I gave an electric scooter to somebody to go zoom down the sidewalk who I know has been smoking dope, right. And, his eyes are slightly crossed and, he's eating Funyuns, wouldn't I incur some sort of a liability in this matter?
It's going to be really hard to screen. I think, I was in Chicago one time, personally, and I needed to get around. And, when you're downtown, it's not very practical to call a cab all the time or get an Uber if you're going a half a mile away. And so it was really convenient. And I downloaded the Lime app. Okay. And, I'm a former semi-athletic gentleman. But so I have a little bit of balance. But anyway, it took me through these series of questions. It asked me some things. And I guess that was there to shield them from some type of liability. And I think that in some ways you assume the risk, when you, download the app and rent a scooter, you've got to know that, they're potentially dangerous. So wait, we got some calls on the line. We have Margaret. She has an issue with one source air conditioning. Thanks for calling, Margaret. We got Jim.
Oh, looks like Margaret ran out of patience.
Margaret ran out of patience.
Give us a call back, Margaret.
Call back. You only were on hold a couple minutes, but we do have Jim. He has a question about being served. So, Jim, you need to tighten up that question a little bit. Being served, you mean served with a lawsuit or served liquor?
Served with a margarita, served with a cold pizza.
Okay. I told Kelly the situation, but it was a convoluted story. Am I on the air?
Oh, yes.
Okay, cool. So basically, my son got into a business disagreement with a guy from New Jersey, right?
Okay.
And my son actually lives out of state, but we do have a house in Colorado here. So they're trying to do the lawsuit here because some of the situation was the packages that were sent to this state.
Jim, you need to back up a little bit. Okay, you need to explain to us a little bit about this business dealing. Was your son a Colorado resident? How old is your son? Who's this guy? This individual from New Jersey?
Yeah, he was 18 when this happened. And technically, he doesn't have a residency here because he's working internet-wise businesses, things like that.
Where does he live? What state is he in?
He's in Florida, and he has a place in Montana as well.
Okay, so he lives in Florida, and the counterparty to this business transaction is from New Jersey. And you're in Colorado. Okay, now I think we got the lay of the land.
Okay, what kind of business?
Okay, so basically, it's electronic wholesaling.
Okay, electronic wholesaling. Go ahead.
Yeah, he sells electronic items. Well, he buys and sells. So, I wasn't home, and a court server supposedly came by the house. There was a lady working in my garage packing boxes, and he walks up. He goes, "Well, I'm looking for blank, which is my son." And she said he doesn't live here. He lives in Florida. He goes, "Well, we've tried to find him." He kept, kind of muttering his name. He goes, "Well, you've been served," and he throws the paperwork on the ground and leaves.
Okay, where were you?
I was not in the house. I was at a Home Depot, I believe, at the time.
But I mean, you're in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I am in Colorado.
Jim was in Colorado. His son, who lives in Florida, sounds like, isn't this the definition of gutter service, where you throw the paperwork on the ground?
Well, so if someone refuses service, then you can do that, and and then the process server fills out an affidavit. It was called an affidavit of service.
That's what he was telling. He was saying, "Well, I'll just fill it out," because the person asked. I said, she asked, "Who are you? What's your name? What's the company you work for? Blah blah blah." Because I don't want to. You're not going to get any of that. I'm just going to file an affidavit in the court that you've been served. Well, and just throws on the ground and leaves.
So so that would be that would be subject to a motion to quash. That's what we would call it, a motion to quash, because it was ineffective service. And so when the court says that, this gives you an indication that an answer is due, right? Because you initiate a lawsuit with something called a complaint, and you have to serve that complaint on the defendant. And when the court indicates that the answer is due, instead of filing an answer, you file a motion to quash.
So Jim, now what court is he being sued in? Is it here in Colorado, Florida, or New Jersey?
Yeah, it's Jefferson County.
Oh, okay. So, Marco, if Jim's son files this motion to quash, right, because of bad service, isn't he in effect admitting that, hey, he's aware of this legal process that started against him, and therefore he's obligated to respond? Isn't that the entire point of serving somebody?
So, look, you guys are starting off in the deep end of the pool jurisprudentially.
That's the deep end?
This is a little complicated because the person that files the motion to quash, the lawyer, he can make what's called a limited appearance. And so he's not actually appearing to defend the lawsuit.
Totally makes sense.
But anyway, we're going to have to take another break, and we'll be right back. And Jim, if you want to stay on the line, go right ahead.
Stay on, Jim. I want to hear about the lawsuit.
We'll be right back.
Motion to quash.
A motion and ineffective service.
There shouldn't be any service because he wasn't there.
Well, yeah, but
if you file a motion to quash him, you're kind of admitting, I kind of know about it.
Well, yeah, but
Marco had a solution to it. It's called limited appearance.
Yeah,
limited appearance.
A limited appearance.
Just for and then so you're not effectively acknowledging that you need to defend yourself. You're saying
right. Well, it is for jurisdictional issues, to contest jurisdictional issues, because a lawyer who's representing somebody is authorized to receive service on behalf of that individual. So that's why you gotta, you build your fence. You say, I'm entering a limited appearance, just to defend jurisdictional issues. And, so I'm not really his lawyer authorized to receive service. Anyway, are we being interesting?
Yeah, this is fascinating.
We should expand on Jim's, because I have an opinion on it. I just think they would not do anything.
I'd love to hear about the lawsuit.
Because he's not there. How does he know that the guy?
Well, I shouldn't say something because we're still on. We're still
We're not
on
on the
Facebook
air.
or whatever.
The YouTube.com.
YouTube's fine.
Yeah. But anyway, Mark told me to be mindful
Of what?
of people not being bored.
Oh, no, this is not boring. Believe me.
Okay.
This is interesting, and we'll keep going on. This call is interesting, Mark.
And if you want me to chime in with, look at all the questions I got for you. So if you feel
I
like
got
it, you
some.
just point to me anytime and
Okay.
I'll know it's my turn.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I got some questions too.
so how come I couldn't hear when you said it was time to take a break?
I don't know why you can't hear. I don't know why you can't hear them.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I had the wrong volume.
Line button, the volume.
But wait, I got two volume controls here. Well, this is my headphone, right?
Let's see, Marco.
But what's that for? Is that why I can't
This
hear?
is the in-studio volume, so we can kind of hear. This is your headphones. But the call for break wouldn't come through in that. We're okay.
Okay.
Tree and I will wave at you. We'll go like this. Right?
Well, yeah. When you do that,
Time for a break.
time for a break.
Absolutely not boring. Believe me.
You don't think it's boring?
I know it's not. So
Okay.
It's awesome. I've heard boring before, and this isn't it.
Okay.
But Marco, I want to interject to the listeners. I got like 30 cases I'm working on. If anyone wants to call in and talk about them on follow-ups.
I mean, isn't the idea to get the people to call the?
Yes,
what I wanna
absolutely. It won't be much of a radio show without
Yeah, we
being on the
People
radio.
on the air, right? Okay.
You want a water, Marco?
I have one. Thank you.
How about you, Dimitri?
And I'm supposed to put the cap on since we're around electrical.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way. Did I get yelled at over that?
I went over too far, huh? Because 30 is supposed to be a hard break.
I don't know. I'm just going to wait for them to say it's time for a break.
Okay.
I don't care if it's hard, soft, or something in the middle.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't really affect any of us, Because we don't need to run overtime. We don't need to.
Bell and Polish going to advertise? Oh. They're not bad guys.
Yeah. What about these guys that advertise on the buses? Those are mills, right?
What's
those
that?
are the mills, like you see advertising on
Oh,
the
yeah,
buses.
yeah. Well, they don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's clearly what they are.
They're doing volume.
Yeah.
So they don't take them to task because they got volume,
Yeah, it's man, there's so many personal injury cases out there.
What's that?
There's so many personal injury cases.
I
out
know,
there.
I know.
Is there anything that's more litigated than personal injury?
That's a good question,
No.
Dimitri.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
But, because I read the jury verdict report, and so, sometimes there's employment cases, back pay, front pay, contract disputes, but mostly it's injuries.
And what kind is it? I know it's an automobile. It would be good to talk about what the second biggest personal injury is.
Probably premises liability.
What?
Premises liability, people getting hurt on property.
Oh, I have a question about premises liability.
There's something to talk about.
Wait a minute, what year did you say you moved in here? Moved to Colorado?
1997.
Oh, okay. So that's after the big murder case I was going to ask about. So the Father's Day massacre, you familiar with that? The United Bank robbery where 5 people got murdered in 91.
I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, that's for Gary the cop. I'll save that for Gary the cop.
So how do I know which one they're doing? Do you have this screen up?
Nope.
Okay.
Because I don't care.
The advertising.
And I don't think either one of us gives a shit.
Well, because I just wonder which ones
The cost
are
of it?
going to go before we come back on?
I haven't a clue. I just listen to the music. And sometimes, like, if you need to go to the bathroom, we can ask them how much time is
Here
left.
we go. We are back. Marco Bendinelli from Bendinelli Law Firm filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, who are not in the studio today. We have a couple lines open. Jim's still holding. We're going to get back to Jim. But give us a call with any problems that you have. We are here to listen to your complaints, to answer questions, and to solve your problems. Now, in addition to that, I'm a legal expert. So we have, so we can expand the areas that you can call and ask questions on. So give us a call, 303-713-TALK, or 303-MARTINO. Jim, we're going to get back to you now, and we're gonna hear from you. So, did you have any further questions about your service question?
Well, the only question I have is, how are we supposed to know that he actually filed a lawsuit based on that bad service?
Well, because the lawsuit would have a complaint number in Jefferson County, and you can.
But are we supposed to keep following up with them and see if there is something filed?
Well, I mean, you got served. I mean, there was an attempt to serve you.
Well, and Marco, wouldn't the complaint be attached to the summons?
Absolutely.
So how many pages, Jim, how many pages is the packet that the dude dropped in your driveway?
Looked like it was like maybe a half a dozen.
Okay, so somewhere in those, so the first page or two is what's called a summons. It tells you when your answer is due and which court to file it in. And then the subsequent pages, there will be like another page for a counterclaim. Is this small claims by any chance? Or is
I was just going to ask.
No, unfortunately, it's 6 figures.
Oh, so that's district court territory.
Yeah.
So you'll see some of those pages, they'll have numbered paragraphs. And it will be like an introduction and parties, and we'll say the Jersey guy does this, the Florida guy does that. Here are the details of the transaction we entered to. Here's how it got bad, and here's why I'm suing, and here's how much I'm demanding. Now, if the gutter service didn't include that, you can just show up at the courthouse, and for a whopping 25 cents a page, they'll print out everything that's on file over there for you in that case. Isn't that right, Marco?
That is correct. And you know what? Dimitri is really impressive because I was here previously, and Tom Martino really impressed me with how much he knew about the law. And he's not a lawyer. Mm-hmm. And, you know, now coming in second is Dimitri, understanding the contents of a complaint, the different jurisdictions, jurisdictional limits as to whether you're in district court, small claims court, county court, and then municipal court. But anyway, so this show is honored to have Dimitri. Dimitri, are you a lawyer?
No, Marco, but I'm a pro se litigant. I do file quite a few cases against spammers. That's kind of like my specialty. So that's what I do in my spare time. And so in my general study of court procedures and Colorado civil procedures and the federal court civil procedures, I encountered a lot of these terms.
Well, that's really interesting. You're going to have to talk to me about that off the air.
I'm going to tell you about a nice 5-figure settlement from last week.
Okay.
That's going to impress you.
Well, then maybe we can talk about that on the air, depending on how comfortable you are with that.
Well, it turns out I'm not supposed to talk about it for confidentiality purposes.
Okay.
Otherwise, I might not get the entire 5 figures.
Well, so there is a confidentiality provision in the settlement agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It turns out big corporations are, they're totally into that kind of thing.
Right.
But I have plenty of others I can talk about freely because people didn't think about confidentiality.
Because spammers, I don't even know what that means. So.
Oh, man, they're a scourge. These are vile, vile creatures. But Marco, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Jim about the lawsuit. What was the deal? How did it go bad? And why is the Jersey guy suing your son?
Okay, so here's what happened. My son was dealing in wholesale shoes at the time. And he sent him 1,050 pairs of shoes were delivered to his residence in Jersey. And he was supposed to ship them to us. And he came up with this BS your shoes got flooded, and he sent like a cartoon picture of shoes floating in the water. And we're like,
wait, so
you're
the
joking,
Jersey
right?
the Jersey guy, not to anyone's surprise, some guy in New Jersey stole 1,050 pair of shoes from your son. And then the Jersey guy is suing your son. Why? Because there weren't 1,100 pairs of shoes for him to steal?
Well, then my son, we were all in a panic. We're like, well, there's $100,000 gone. So we were in a panic, and then he had a bunch of shoes that he needed to dump. So my son talked him into sending those shoes that he had to us because he said, hey, I've got a buyer for those, and I can cash you out right away. I mean, it was basically a way to recoup our loss, right?
Oh, Marco, isn't that called self-help? And isn't that the downfall of many a litigant?
Well, I don't want to, the pun would be those shoes were made for walking.
Not for floating.
Not for floating. But it sounds like a mess.
So the Jersey guy...
And then after that, the Jersey guy was mad because he didn't get recompensated for the shoes that he sent us. So he went in and used my son's bank account and paid off $200,000 worth of his credit cards. Well, we got all that reversed, and then he went in and got my American Express.
Why and how?
Well, he had access. All it takes is a routing number and a account number, and he plugged those into his credit cards and basically paid them with just. I mean, it's on every check you write. Those two things.
Yeah, Marco, I can see how that works. I pay stuff online with my checking account, and all they ask for is, I mean, you can write me a check, and I can start paying bills out of your account, man. Yeah. It's a criminal.
So we got that reversed. And then he went in, didn't like that, so he had my American Express card, and he charged $51,000 against that. We got that reversed. It took about 2 months for them to do the research to see where these were purchased, where the shipments went. So we got that reversed. So I'm actually thinking about going to FBI cyber crimes and filing a police report with them for all the fraudulent interstate fraud he committed against us.
Well, at the minimum, you have counterclaims against him. So should this guy ever, get proper service, and you do have a responsibility or an obligation to file what's called an answer to the complaint, then you would probably include counterclaims. And we'll be right back, and thanks for calling, Jim.
1,050 pairs of shoes?
How come I can't hear? I can't hear him.
Are we done with the call?
Hey guys, Marco can't hear you in his headphones. It's okay.
I can't hear you.
It's okay. I'll always do this.
Yeah.
You don't need it, Marco. He didn't get served. I mean, he just threw the paper down. I wouldn't even file any limited answer.
Is this typical that you would go for a while and not have?
Yeah, that happens. It's not you. It's not you. Believe me.
The mornings are slow, Marco.
Okay.
Yeah, Mondays are always slow. Fridays are good.
Fridays are really good. Yeah.
So it's definitely not you.
That's good to know.
I've seen 2.5 hour spans without a phone call.
Really?
And we just had 2. So
just gonna do some
this
talking.
isn't bad. But we have a ton of cool shit to talk with you. And then Gary will be here in only an hour. And
so after this one, Mark says something about at the top of the hour you act like it's a new show.
yeah.
So I don't know why or
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome to the Troubleshooter Show.
Welcome back is the breaks. But at the top of the hour, he said act like it's a new show.
Yeah. Kind of like extra enthusiasm. Give us a call if you got ripped off, cheated, or think you might, or about to sign a contract with a contractor. Give us a call. Just kind of re-energizing sort of.
Okay.
Kind of like more new energy, more just that kind of stuff.
You see those headlines?
Ooh.
Bikini-clad woman.
Yeah, women. Multiple. Well, why don't they put up some of those snapshot selfies of bikini-clad women? Ooh, those are nice. Look at that.
Wow, that's a big boat, boy.
boats cost a fortune for those big fancy boats?
Yeah, I'm a boater.
Oh,
Are you? You got a boat there, Mark?
Not currently, but when I lived in Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh is the largest inland marine port in the country.
Pittsburgh? God, I would
well,
think
what's
that'd
the
be...
lake over there?
No, it's Three Rivers.
Oh,
Like Three River Stadium.
sure.
Oh, okay.
The Monongahela, the Allegheny, and they go into the Ohio. That's why Pittsburgh was the first steel mills were there, because they could get barges.
Yeah,
from
that's right. Coke,
anywhere in the country.
Coke and
That's why there's so much
yeah.
manufacturing. Well, these must not have been the bikini-clad women.
I want to see some more bikini-clad women.
Man,
Did it sink? Did we sink?
Influencer. Take selfie.
What are we
going
getting
down.
into?
They should tow it.
Wow.
Try to pull it,
Mark, you still have
shallow
family?
water.
The driver
Still have
must
family
been-
over there in Pennsylvania?
The
look
older
at
I get, my aunts and uncles have passed,
I'm sure.
and unfortunately, I don't really have family anymore. I got a cousin who's a physician.
Oh, I was going to tell you, Marco can't hear any of you guys, even with his headphones on.
But we can signal the...
So whenever I tell
I
him
can
about
now.
Oh. Thank you, Kelly. It's very nice of you to help
okay.
us out like
yeah,
this.
man. You're just going to have a long day. You're going to
Okay.
put up with it.
Well, you know what? You got.
That's why you get the big money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how you have,
It's okay.
I don't know how you work with her all the time.
Hey, what are you going to do with your serial killer van?
Oh, I didn't know Lamborghini made boats.
Hey, is it the top of the hour when we come back?
This is the...
Okay. Okay, so we're going to break again in about 6 minutes? Okay.
That's the long break.
Hey,
Okay, and then at
Is the other-
15:15,
is the other
when I
van
come
for
back
sale?
from that, it's the top of the hour.
is the other van for sale? Oh. Well, there are two vans, one with the antennas removed, and I think that's yours. And there's another derelict van that has all the antennas on it. Is that one running, and is it for sale? Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, God.
Man, Shannon knows all about their vehicles here.
Oh.
Oh,
I'd like to get one for camping.
Like a Sprinter.
Oh.
You
Is
saw-
there another one that runs and can be bought for $800? Shit.
Shannon, do you still have the logos on the van you bought? Oh, so you can sneak it.
So I'm a little slow, so you have to tell me again. This is not where I come back at the top of the hour right now.
No. So we'll have
And then
about 2
what?
minutes.
And then at 58:45, what happens?
A big long break.
Okay.
Okay, good. Don't you love that music? It's just great. Anyway, welcome to the Troubleshooter Show. My name is Marco Bendinelli. I am a Denver, Colorado attorney with the firm, Bendinelli Law Firm. We are about 30 people strong, and we are a personal injury law firm. And I am pleased to be filling in for Tom and Mark. Give us a call. Mondays are usually a little slower, so we do have some lines open. Give us a call at 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO. You can reach us also at help@troubleshooter.com, And that email works when we're on and off the air. So you can get us a message through that email, help@troubleshooter.com. So,
Marco,
go ahead,
it's so
Dimitri.
nice to have a big-time personal injury attorney over here for me to ask some questions. And my question comes from the perspective of somebody like me who buys a ton of liability insurance via both my auto policy and my umbrella policy in order to protect myself, my assets from people like you, but also, Marco, in a very large part, because I do have a sense of responsibility to make sure that if I do accidentally injure somebody, through some kind of an omission on my part, I do want to make sure there's insurance in place to take care of them. I don't want I don't want to cripple somebody, so to speak, and leave them penniless. So my question is kind of from a strange perspective. Well, for you it would be strange because it comes from a perspective of a potential defendant in one of your actions. Does the fact that I have a boatload of insurance, and this is for after the break, is that going to make me a bigger target and a more juicier target for people like you?
Great question.
Yes.
We'll be talking after the break.
And this is the long break, right? How much time do we have?
I think it's 6 minutes.
How much time do we have? 6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
6 minutes.
You can go
I'm going to get some
Okay.
coffee.
Hey, was that okay that I said, even after Dimitri ended up talking, I said, we'll get back to you after the break? Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Oh,
I
I didn't hit on and off.
Oh, you didn't? That's okay then.
You've been doing that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coffee?
Holy crap, huh?
Coffee?
Yeah, that'd be great.
How do you want it? Black?
Okay, good. All right. We got 6 minutes, so maybe go get a drink.
You get a drink, go to the bathroom, make a few phone calls.
Okay. We doing okay?
I think we're really doing good. Shannon, are you still in there? How long have you worked with Peter Boyles? You know him pretty good then, huh? Wow. Oh, what was that, the Mile High Club? Oh, I didn't know that. What was that, the mining company, that restaurant? Are you guys the one that were famous for making that some sort of peanut butter deep fried sandwich for Elvis Presley? Oh. Oh, I've been here all my life. I'm third generation Denverite. In fact, I've been to your restaurant. I remember I was paid like $29 for a lobster thing in the 70s, and I thought it was it was really expensive. Yeah, that's why, I couldn't finish it. That was a lot. Really? Flying out there? Oh, I thought it was like a Learjet or something. Oh, I didn't know that. Shanna. Wow. Jerry Kennedy, yeah. Lieutenant Smith. Yeah, my dad went to high school with Art Dale at West High, and we have. No, I can tell you, Elvis wanted to give Art Dale Rolls Royce, and then Art turned it down because he said he'd get grilled in the press over it. So he didn't get, Art Dale did not get anything. And rightfully so. Jerry got a Cadillac, and so were those two sidekicks that come on the air once in a while. Yeah, Petrofesso and... Oh, really? Did the manager come? What was the manager's name? Parker? Damn. Did Dragon work at your restaurant too? Oh, okay. I thought Dragon worked there at that Mile High, the mining company. And did your family do good at it? Because I know you guys were the highest placed restaurant in. That's crazy.
Oh, we got two calls holding. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Question was Verizon. I'm about to sue Verizon.
I thought you guys struggled in that restaurant because you priced yourselves out of the market.
So, Marco, do you have a business card?
Yeah, and
Not with me.
And mutant lobsters. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. And he filmed a lot of it here, too. Okay.
This is great. 2 calls.
Really? Oh, they did? They still around?
Let's take a look at our comments on the YouTube.
Really, man, you're a walking history book of Denver. They did? Shit. They're nice.
There's absolutely nothing here about being bored.
Nice killers. Yeah. So I think we got a minute to go there, Marco. 11:06.
I can.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's great. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, when Dimitri does this,
Tell Kelly shows me a lot.
I try to. Yeah.
Right. Shannon. Well, guys,
Do you?
Shannon, that's really nice coming from Shannon because he's
Thanks.
always cussing at people. Bonehead.
Absolutely nothing.
I do love this music.
Ripped off.
We should have a mosh pit. We should have a mosh
I
pit.
don't know about mosh pit, but it's kind of exciting.
Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Marco Bendinelli here, Bendinelli Law Firm, filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager. You have joined us at the Troubleshooter Show. This is the home of the Consumer Advocate. It is the longest syndicated radio station in the country. It's been running for 45 years. Amazing. A testimony to Tom Martino, how well he does, the things that he gets done. For over 45 years, he's been listening to your complaints. He's been answering questions and intervening and solving your problems. There's been hundreds of millions of dollars recovered in the form of cash, merchandise, and services. What a service Tom Martino has, what a niche he's filled.
And there's another thing this show provides that people don't talk about, Marco.
Go ahead, Bo.
Is the millions of dollars saved and problems avoided by just listening to the show. Just listening to all of this free advice that has been given out for the last 45 years. Heck, when I was in business, I listened to Tom, and I always picked up tips. So that's just an uncounted number, but I believe it's in the millions for people to just simply not calling in, but just simply listening to the show. It's been a great benefit to the citizens of Colorado and
across the nation.
Across the nation.
Yep. And, they say someone learns from their mistakes, but a wise man learns from others' mistakes. And so that's what Bo is talking about. Mm-hmm. So we've got a couple callers on the line. We've got Tracy with a question about Verizon. And Mel, why don't you hold on while we talk to Tracy, and we will get to you, Mel. Tracy, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I appreciate it. I'm following up on a call about 2 weeks ago. My husband called in on 4 trade-ins that we did on a business account, and they've only given us credit for 2, and it's been well over 6 months, 8 months we've been dealing with it. So my question is if I take them to small claims court, who do I name in the when I file the papers? Is it the business rep that I'm dealing with, or who do I put on that piece of paper?
I'm going to let Dimitri field that question. Go ahead, Dimitri.
Thank you, Marco. Tracy, I'm about to sue Verizon for a very similar deal. About a year ago, I purchased a new phone from their store in Loveland, and the promotion was it's a $1,000 phone, which I frankly didn't need, but they made me get it in order to add a second line. And the promotion was if I finance it through Verizon for 3 years, it's 0 interest, the monthly payment that I make will automatically be credited every single month for the same amount. In effect, making it a free phone if I stick with Verizon for 3 years. However, much to my shock, chagrin, and disappointment, the charges started appearing on my phone last May, but the credits never appeared. And I have numerous calls that I recorded with Verizon in which they all say, hey, yeah, we didn't process the paperwork. We can fix it. We'll start crediting you next month, and we'll also give you a big lump sum account credit for the amount that you should have been credited. So none of that has happened. So I've been researching on how to sue Verizon. And it's not tricky, but it was kind of a surprise who the defendant is really going to be. Now, Tracy, before I tell you that, can you tell me if you bought the phone from a Verizon store or if you bought it from a Cell Plus store, which operates as Verizon? Do you have any idea what city did you buy these phones in? Or
it's Colorado. It's Colorado Springs, and it was purchased through, on the phone through the Verizon.
Oh, the Verizon itself. You didn't even go to the store.
Correct.
And I remember your call. You mailed into them 4, Marco, her husband mailed in 4 old phones. Each one is supposed to result in a pretty sizable credit. Now, Verizon, in Tracy's case, acknowledges the receipt of these 4 phones, but she only got credit for 2 of them.
So what do you do? What do you do, Dimitri? And one of the reasons this would escape an attorney, right? And one of the reasons that these carriers get away with things like that is because what You're not going to be able to pay a lawyer $250 an hour on a $1,000 issue, right?
$250 an hour. I got the wrong lawyer.
I mean, I'm just talking about a low price lawyer.
Sure.
But that's my point exactly. I mean, there's no, it's almost like they're immune to suit because the amount in controversy is so low.
So Tracy, if I understand your question, you're saying, who do I actually sue? Is that right?
Correct. Or is writing something up to the Attorney General going to help me at all before I even do that?
Well, that's the easy one. The Attorney General is not going to lift a finger to help you, me, or anybody else who might be listening. So here's what I did. I did some research on Verizon, and it turns out there is no company called Verizon. It's a trademark, and you can verify this by going to the Colorado State Secretary of State's office. They have a business database, business registration database. And the trademark Verizon is registered to a huge out-of-state phone company called Selco Partnership. Selco Partnership. And Selco Partnership operates Verizon. And it turns out they do have a registered agent here in the state. I'm sure, Marco, a big company like that has registered agents everywhere. Sure. So they engage the services of one of those, like CT Corporation Service, one of those really big ones that do nothing for a living except accept process of service.
Authorized to receive service on behalf of lots of defendants.
Absolutely.
And they are listed on the Colorado Secretary of State website.
Yeah, so if you look up Selco Partnership at the Colorado Secretary of State, well, first of all, follow the same steps I did. Verify that what I'm telling you is correct. Verizon brand is owned by Selco Partnership, and then look up who Selco Partnership's registered agent is, and have them served with a small claims action. And by the way, many, in my experience, and I filed a whole bunch of small claims actions now, and the clerk of the court in small claims can serve the defendant by mail. Now, they'll try to talk you out of it. They'll say, well, they always have the same line. They always say, well, that's not the preferred method, so I don't even let them get it. I always just say, ma'am, I understand it's not the preferred method, but I'd like to try serving them by mail first. And the benefit of that is it only costs $15 instead of $100 if you hire a process server. And it's pretty easy. I mean, you file and you have the service started right on the same visit to the courthouse, so you don't have to go deal with a process server now. But try that. I mean, I would try that. That's not legal advice. I'm just telling you how I did it and how I'm going to do it when my time comes to sue Verizon for their, for the $1,000 they owe me. But you'll probably get attention pretty quickly, and you'll probably get a call from their lawyer pretty quickly after filing that. Marco, what are the odds that somebody like Verizon would try to remove the case to a more intimidating court? And do they need to have grounds to even remove it? Like, do they have to say, hey, we have a counterclaim that exceeds the jurisdiction of small claims court? Right. They can't just willy-nilly take it somewhere else because they prefer to.
Yeah. So, the thing that separates a state court claim as opposed to a federal claim is to remove it, as Dimitri said, and he is really up to speed on a lot of procedural issues related to the practice of law. And before I answer the removal question, I want to say that the jurisdictional limit in small claims court is $7,500, and county court is up to $2,500.
No, $25,000.
I mean, $25,000. Yeah. Thank you. And district court is anything over $25,000 in controversy, which could be $100 million. And for my firm, Bendenelli Law Firm, we don't practice anywhere but in district court. So there's a lot of law firms that'll practice in county court and municipal court, but in my law firm, we practice exclusively in district court. So the issue on removal is, and I don't know if this really satisfies or is something that the Tracy's looking for, but to remove something from state court to federal court, you have to have complete diversity among the parties, right? So, you have to have a Colorado resident suing someone that is not a Colorado resident, right? And so that they call that diversity among the
diversity of citizenship,
right? And the other thing is you have to have over $75,000 in controversy. And so the way to get around that is you sue the local Verizon store. So now you're a Colorado resident that has sued, and I forget the name of the company you said that Verizon operates under.
Oh, Selco Partnership.
Selco.
Now,
Right.
now, in her case, she didn't buy from a store. She bought it on the phone from Verizon Corporate. However, doesn't she satisfy the minimum contacts doctrine?
Right. Oh,
Because
my
Verizon is all over the place here, so they can't claim diversity of citizenship just because they're headquartered in Delaware or wherever they are.
Right, the minimum contact rule. You know, that takes me back to law school studying for the bar exam.
The U.S. Shoe Company?
The
or is it
International
Brown
Shoe.
International
Oh
Shoe
my
Company.
goodness! You know, Dimitri is amazing. I'm not kidding. Anyway, so the answer to Dimitri's question is yes. It would satisfy the minimum contact rule, and they're licensed to do business in Colorado, which is why they have a registered agent.
So can I ask another question?
Of course.
So why can't I put on the piece of paper, since I've been working with the senior account manager over the business, why can't I name him? And then by naming him, he's going to go to his upper management and saying, hey, I'm listed in a lawsuit.
I'll let you
What are we
handle
gonna
that,
do?
Dimitri.
Well, Tracy, this guy, worthless or not, does not have a contractual relationship with you. Your controversy is between you and his employer, not him personally. Now, you can certainly subpoena him as a witness, and it would definitely help if you've recorded any of these calls or going to record any of these calls with this guy to try to admit fault or liability of any kind. So you can subpoena him. But I don't think there's any path to suing him, nor is there really a logical reason to sue this guy. I mean, he might be a snake or he might be just incompetent, but man, it's his company that's responsible for his inaptitude.
But sometimes naming...
I'm not saying he's incompetent. He's helped a lot, but it's just, to get their attention, it's like, hey, this person would probably go to his upper management going, hey, I'm listed in this lawsuit. Can we get this cleared up for her? So he's helped, but it's just, I sent an email again last week and basically, hey, we're still working on it. 8 months later, we're still working on it.
Tracy, thanks for calling. If you hold on, we'll follow up with you after the break. We have Daryl holding. Daryl, we're going to get to you as well. And with that, we'll be right back. Cool.
Very good, Marco.
Shouldn't I should have ended with Tracy, right?
No, I mean, it's a
Let's keep
fascinating
going.
topic. I want to hear how her suit goes.
Yeah, we need
So look, sometimes I'll sue, when I sue an insurance company for bad faith, I'll name the adjuster if they're in Colorado.
No shit.
For that exact reason, so they don't remove it.
Oh,
Interesting. That's something
To
to
defeat
talk about.
diversity. So, and that'll keep it out of federal court. Because they are an agent of the employer. So the employer's acts are, the employee's acts are imputed to the company.
We'll tell her that.
And so you can
that's good. to talk
sometimes defeat diversity by naming, a local individual.
We don't know if this guy's local, though. If she's calling an
That's
800
right.
number, he might be in India.
That's right. Exactly. So, that's kind of a nuance. You want me to mention that?
I think it would be very interesting, but also maybe mention that
She
it
hung
might
up.
not be. Yeah,
she hang up?
Yeah.
Oh, we should.
but medical malpractice, that's right up your alley. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
Kinda.
You guys don't do any medical mal?
Yeah.
You do?
We do some med mal.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it, Marco? Get doctors.
Time consuming and
get
expensive.
Get doctors to try to talk about another doctor.
Hey, only Bo heard this part about going to a break.
That's what I was going to say. Marco, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this next time.
Okay.
Rather than try to make smoke signals.
And he didn't know how to do this.
I can't do that. I'm going to just do this.
That's what I get for being helpful.
Is he making Shannon making fun of me? I'm gonna come in here and hurt
No,
you.
I'm not. That's totally not in my personality profile.
Do what?
This?
What do you about?
All right, Bo, just
hey,
break that glass window. Next time you want to go to a break,
Since we're talking, can I go after iHeart?
break the glass window, and
What
Marco
was
will
he
know
doing?
what that means. It's time for a break.
I'll do this. It's good talking.
Oh,
You mean hand signal?
and keep in mind that won't mess me up. You're always welcome to talk in my ear.
Shannon should come in here and talk some stories about Denver history. So Shannon, the reason I ask about Peter, I'm going to go in and sit in with him next week at the Salem for an hour. We got 2 callers now. That's good. Tell Kelly she can go home now. Dimitri's going really well.
So who's in the booth? Is that Shannon or Dragon?
That's Shannon.
Shannon. Okay.
Shannon.
Shannon's taking care of me. I mean, my off button, my on button,
This is,
because,
this is the most Shannon
is
has
like,
talked in 10 years.
like juggling.
It's
a
like
little
doing
bit.
this.
Yeah, right. You're doing great, Dimitri. Man, what an asset.
Thank you, Mark. It's
Yeah.
very nice of you to say that.
I mean,
You got a little break from the head honchos.
so, man, it's already another half hour went by.
How about that?
Right.
It's getting quicker each hour there, Marco.
See, it's not
Man.
a slow show when you're here.
Yeah, well, we got 2 callers.
Wow, we got a couple questions.
Yeah.
just
We
got
actually
your
had
text.
one show a few months ago where I literally fell asleep.
No, sir.
I was at Tom's house, and I went out to the couch to make a phone call, and then I was like,
Well, that's not today, though, right?
no, it's the opposite today.
I've been falling asleep a couple of times. Late after. Okay.
Is that us? We are back. You are back listening to the Troubleshooter Show, home of the consumer advocate Tom Martino, who has been recovering monies in cash, merchandise, and services for 45 years, the longest syndicated radio show in the country. Honored to be here. My name is Marco Bendinelli from the Bendinelli Law Firm in Denver, Colorado. And I am filling in today for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, who are not present. And, I do want to talk a little bit about something that Tom has gone through recently. But right now, we've got a couple callers on the phone, so we'll save that. And we're going to go to Daryl, who has a question about medical malpractice. Daryl, you still on the line with us?
Hey, Marco, how are we doing this morning?
We're doing fine.
So how hard is it I can't say how hard it is. How successful would it be to sue a hospital?
Well, so that's an interesting question because that is not necessarily medical malpractice. You have to. It has to be the wrongdoing of a physician. So why don't you tell me a little bit more about what's going on?
So, long story short, my son needed a heart transplant.
Wow.
And at the time, university would not put him on the transplant list unless he got a COVID shot. And he was against it. I mean, we were all against it, but at any rate, he got a COVID shot, and 36 hours later, he died.
Wow.
Now, the autopsy lists a dozen or 15 different things, which most of them we don't understand the terminology, but obviously the COVID shot wasn't in there. And I mean, you're throwing a dart at it like, well, I mean, sure, it could have been anything, right? But,
Sure. And I'll bet they listed, cardiac arrest and as part of those litany or laundry list. Well, first of all, Daryl, really, really sorry to hear that. Really sorry to hear that. And you mentioned was it which hospital did you mention?
University.
Yeah. Okay. University is is protected.
Center. Yeah.
By they are they receive funds from the state. They're state sponsored. They are covered. Or the expression is they enjoy. That's the word that's used. They enjoy governmental immunity.
Okay, that was my question, because it's hard to sue when you have governmental immunity, right?
Well, there are certain notice requirements, and there's some special hoops that you have to jump through. But typically, it is more challenging. And medical malpractice in and of itself is just a very difficult, it's an uphill battle with these type of claims. These type of cases, medical malpractice cases, are extremely time-consuming. They're very expensive, and unless there are huge damages, most lawyers will stay away from them. We do medical malpractice at my firm. It's not our primary focus, but we've done some rather successfully, I would add. But like I said, they are very time-consuming, very expensive. In Colorado, in addition to the hurdles that you face based upon that facility enjoying governmental immunity, for every medical malpractice claim that is filed, prior to filing one, there's a statute, there's a law that you have to get something called a certificate of review. Now, that means you have to hire another medical professional to review the file, and the specific language in the statute says that that this medical professional must attest to the following. This is lawyer doublespeak. Are you ready? That the case does not lack substantial justification. Okay? So it does not lack substantial justification. But anyway, so just getting the certificate of review, just getting over that initial hurdle, that could be $5,000 or $10,000. To get another doc to review that stuff, and typically you're contracting with a physician who's not in state, because you can't find doctors in state to testify against another doctor in state.
Because there's a big insurance company that insures doctors, and they're going to dump you if you testify about another one of their clients. Is that right?
Well, it's Copic, and, they are very, I'm trying to avoid the words that I would use naturally if I was talking to my friends.
They aggressively manage liability?
Yeah, they are aggressive in the way that they litigate their cases. So,
well, you know, it was sad for us to find out that we didn't even think that mandating a COVID shot was even a thing anymore. We thought that was dead and gone, and it's all voluntary, and we're shocked to find out that university, I don't know if they still do, but since the administration has changed. But
how long ago was this, Daryl? How long ago was this?
October, middle of October.
Oh, that's super recent. I'm shocked to hear somebody still requires that satanic shot.
We were too. We were shocked that they, the university still mandated that. Totally shocked.
Because my answer regarding medical malpractice really avoided the issue of the shot. Deputy Dimitri just characterized that shot as satanic. I think the further we get away from the pandemic, just time and time again, we are seeing examples, Daryl, of what happened to your son. And the legitimacy of the dangers and, the fatalities caused, people's lives wrecked because the government mandated this thing. And, it's just gaining in the problems that were, poo-pooed and minimized. I mean, they are just gaining in legitimacy. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, from what we understand, and it is that the biggest side effect from COVID was the heart.
And respiratory issues.
And respiratory, sure. But like I said, my biggest, yes, I guess you've already answered my question, and that's that it would be a time-consuming uphill battle, probably a waste of time.
So while I have to deliver that news, I also want to tell you I'm very, very sorry about what happened, and I'm sure all the listeners today are saddened by your story, really. So, but I don't think you're going to find an attorney who's going to take that case. Number one, against University Hospital. Number two, against the vaccination. But anyway, we thank you for calling in. We have to take a short break, and thank you, Daryl. And we will be right back after this.
I can't believe they're still requiring.
Man, can you imagine your son? They make him take the shot and he dies.
Well, they must have had some apprehensive about the shot.
I should have really said what I was thinking, which is freaking outrageous.
Say it.
I didn't know hospitals have immunity, Marco. That's something we ought to reiterate.
Government.
Oh yeah, the government hospitals. And Shoots. What's the one down there? Is that university?
Yeah, University of Colorado, but that's a university,
CU.
Not a government.
It's a state university.
What about St. Anthony's? That's not
private.
St. Anthony's private. But
maybe he should have shopped hospitals.
Like if you have a premises liability claim and you're up in Boulder on CU, they have governmental immunity. The university.
They do.
So not just for medical.
No, it's all government.
Well, he should have if he was so adamant, go to a different hospital.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Yes, Dimitri, it's too late.
Sucks, man. That's so tragic.
That pisses me off. I want to take that case to sue on a different theory.
Oh,
you got to bring it up there, Mark.
Kelly's got his phone number.
Or we even talk about it.
I mean, civil rights violation. Civil rights.
Interesting.
Which right did the government violate?
Forcing him to submit to something that, he should have a constitutionally protected right to not get a vaccine.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, look at the military people, Marco, that they just
That's a
discharged
shame.
because they wouldn't take the shot.
I never got it. Did you?
Unfortunately, I got the first one.
Did you?
Unfortunately, I got the first one.
I didn't, and I got COVID real bad too.
Oh, you did?
But you know what? But other people who have got the shot got COVID as bad as I did.
I took the shot and I got COVID on a cruise ship last year.
Yeah.
It didn't help me.
So anyway, that was satanic. The whole.
I think they didn't have time to research that vaccine. They put it to market.
How about Trump? He goes, China. It's the China virus. It came from China.
I still call it the China virus.
It is.
Well, it did come from
Wuhan. Or the
Yeah.
Fauci virus. He funded
Fauci needs to go to jail.
Piece of shit should go to the gallows.
Did I say that on the air? I hope not.
He should go to the gallows.
Huh?
He should go to the gallows.
You know,
mass murder.
Would you call it the Fauci?
He's a criminal. He is a criminal.
Mass murder.
The Fauci shot? Oh, God, that's funny. Well, that was a good call. Sad.
How many times did I say on the air I love that music? Because it is energizing.
Well, you're welcome to say that too. That's fine.
You know?
Good. It's the Marco B Show.
Well, I think we're doing all right, huh?
You want me to go get your guy when he comes in, Dimitri?
Yeah, he's supposed to. He's here.
You want me to go get him?
Yeah, let me give him. Oh, you have your own access card.
I get it.
Yeah.
Is he a heavy set, one-handed?
He's
guy?
a really tall cop. He's unmistakable. He's super tall and he looks like a cop.
Yeah, typical cops.
Yes. But he doesn't have the cop mustache.
What's his first name?
Gary. Is on the way to get you, period.
For almost no reason at all, we were looking up nudity laws in San Francisco earlier. You know, it specifically covers genitals, anus area is what it said. And
Are you doing
perineum.
Ryan today?
Huh?
Are you doing Ryan today?
Yeah. So you can go for a walk.
Okay.
And what's the medical word for taint? Perineum? What the fuck is it called?
What?
What's the medical word for a taint?
A tape?
Taint. Medical word for taint.
Taint?
Perineum. The area between the genitals and anus is specifically covered in. Here you go. Here's your music.
Oh my God.
You are listening to the Troubleshooter Show, the Tom Martino show, and Tom Martino is normally the host, along with Marc Mager, his co-host. My name is Marco Bendinelli. I am a Denver, Colorado attorney, and I am the founder and sole shareholder of Bendenelli Law Firm. We are 30 professionals strong. We are a personal injury law firm, and we can be reached at 1-800-ATTORNEY. That's 1-800-ATTORNEY. Our website is CO, like Colorado, colawfirm.com. So you can find us there for your personal injury legal needs. Today, we are talking about issues. It's been a little bit all over the board. We have Mike on hold who has a question about DoorDash. And Mike, I am anxious to get to you, but we have Yvonne calling in who has a comment on the COVID shot issue, which we just discussed with the prior caller. So I'm going to take Yvonne real quick, but Mike, please hold on and be patient. Yvonne, tell us about your comment on the COVID shot.
Well, my comment is that because the COVID shot was mandated by the federal government and that the university does have subsidies from the federal government, and the fact that we as citizens pay federal tax, that I'm just thinking that they would have some sort of liability for that. But you're going to have to find a lawyer who has a lot of extra time, who doesn't care about money, who just wants the challenge, because it's very difficult to sue the government.
Well, actually, we talked about that off the air after the last caller and talked about a potential civil rights violation. But, these manufacturers, the government granted them immunity. And
well, I'm just saying, because Fauci, it could be a litigation, possibly. You just have to find a lawyer who has enough time to just take that on, that doesn't, like I said, that doesn't care about money, that just wants the challenge.
Well, those lawyers will be few and far between, probably someone retired. But anyway, we thank you for your comment, Yvonne. You're preaching to the choir. We have Mike on line 3 who has a question about DoorDash. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, good morning. I'm just calling. I've been door dashing recently just for some extra income.
Okay.
I heard the stories a week ago of the 3 Colorado companies being fined for hiring illegal aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly that DoorDash
$6 million fines, Marco announced
I'm
last
going to let
week.
Deputy Dimitri handle that. It seems like he's dialed in on that issue.
Well, what I read an article just a few days ago about the federal government fining 3 Denver-based companies, most of which were involved in cleaning services, that kind of stuff, for hiring outrageously obvious illegal aliens, duplicate social security numbers, lack of paperwork. One of these fines was well over $6 million, Marco. This is real money. They're sending a message. But Mike, what does that have to do with DoorDash? I thought maybe somebody spit a loogie in your delivery or something.
No. I just noticed that that's clearly going on with DoorDash as well. I'd say probably 50% of the DoorDashers out there are clearly part of that wave of illegal immigrants. And I don't understand how they're even able to, because you do need to upload forms of ID and pass background checks to become a contractor with them. But people can lie, I guess, but there's so many, it feels like it's just too obvious that DoorDash is just hiring them knowingly.
Well, they may or may not be complicit, but I do think that our president has a mandate regarding that issue. I think that there is a general outrage with respect to illegal immigrants that are criminals that have committed murders and rapes, and and you've got these small vocal minority groups that are not worried about the United States citizens, not worried about the victims of these things, and they want to grant rights to the illegal immigrants, and so I think you're kind of preaching to the choir here, and. But we thank you for
Marco,
your call.
There is one, previously unforeseen consequence of the people who are not allowed to work here stealing a social security number or being provided with a valid social security number that belongs to somebody else. That happened to somebody I know. And their social security number was used for a ton of different jobs all over the country. It caused this guy IRS nightmares that have not only taken years, they're still going on because the IRS claims that he owes taxes here and there and all these other jobs. And it's like a whack-a-mole. By the time he gets one of these IRS issues settled, another one pops out. It seems to be endless.
It's a shame.
So there are a lot of these silently suffering victims out there whose social security numbers are getting stolen.
And that is the victims of nonviolent crimes, let alone the victims of violent crimes.
Yeah, exactly. They're both sides to this.
So anyway, we have a line or two open. Please give us a call, 303-713-TALK. It's 303-713-TALK, and we will be right back after this.
Oh, here we
Gary, so nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
This is our...
Hi, Gary.
Gary, Marco Benanelli is a big-time lawyer in town.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, cool.
And Gary is the big-time police.
Yeah. Retired lieutenant?
Yes.
My father was a police officer.
Oh, yeah, where at?
In a little town right outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Long time ago. My father passed in 2007. So, this was probably, in the 60s?
So he retired?
Well, you know what? He actually put about a decade in on the force, and then he got recruited by Prudential Life Insurance, and then he ended up, quitting the force and selling insurance. He was one of them debit guys that used to go around with the book, but that's when he retired from. But,
interesting.
Gary, so we have a ton of Ask Me Anything questions for you.
I can imagine.
There are only two rules. Anybody who calls in can ask you anything.
Right.
The other rule is you're not required to answer anything.
Okay.
And other than that, anything goes.
I don't think I have anything incriminating.
Well, hopefully you do. Let's incriminate some people. Let's drum up some business for Marco.
Okay. So what kind of law do you practice?
Personal injury.
Okay.
Little bit of
Personal injury law.
malpractice. And he has an attorney in his office who's criminal, too. Kind of like a little bit criminal. So when you talk, it's kind of weird. You got to get pretty close to the microphone, and you want to make sure it's pointed right at you. And then you push it on the button.
And then turn it off. Turn it on. Turn it off like you were doing.
Yeah.
What department were you in, Gary?
I spent 33 years at Aurora PD. I was 2 years with DEA, and then I was with Jefferson County Sheriff's Department for 9 years.
Wow. Well, I can't wait.
Aurora's been through some changes.
He's done some undercover work, too.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear about
that's
this.
really interesting.
33
So I'm going to have some questions about probably some of them illegal immigrants in Aurora that took over that apartment complex.
Aragua.
What is your last name?
Mills.
How you say that? Trende
Aragua.
Aragua.
TDA.
Train from Aragua is what that means. What a stupid name.
They come up with all kinds of names, these gangs.
Well, what I want to talk about is how the national media said it was fake.
Right.
And that's bullcrap. It was real.
Well,
right?
of course, they were afraid of the economic consequences and the negative publicity.
Right.
I mean, it started with the governor, too.
Yeah.
He also said it was a nothing burger.
Right.
And Danielle Jurinsky,
I like that
the one
fresh
that
nothing burger.
And Danielle Jurinsky, who brought it to the forefront. I mean, she'd been warring back and forth with the more, shall we say, liberal faction of the city council.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that she was bringing it up to the forefront made it even worse.
Oh, because they hate her to begin with. Is that your water?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure you had water.
So, Shannon, when I come back on, Shannon, I'm not at the top of the hour, right? Okay, so real short, but okay.
That's really a short break. So how long have you been retired, Gary?
3 years.
Oh. Are you liking it?
Yeah, there's a lot that's changed, obviously, in the legal landscape. I mean, between when I left, we lost 200 officers between 20 and 2021.
Is it because of the chief issues?
Defunded. Well, that just came thereafter. It started with Vanessa Wilson, and it just picked up from there.
I remember that name.
Because the law enforcement in Jurinsky, who was very pro-law enforcement, felt that they were going way out of their line to appease the activists, as opposed to standing up for the officers. And the big thing was there, at least from Chief Vanessa's standpoint, by backing those activists, was to charge as many police officers that she felt should be charged, or some of them were questionable. And even one case in particular was dismissed. I forget his name, the officer's name, but he was brought up on charges. It was all over the newspaper that he pistol whipped, this black male that was supposedly just trespassing, but he had a warrant for domestic violence. And
I remember.
so then he was charged, but they didn't show all of the cameras. And there was some question as far as the advisory witness was one of our SWAT team former sergeants. He did more investigation as an advisory witness for defense, and they found out all that from the other pictures and things that they gathered from the videos that he was not, he was within his legal rights as a police officer to do what he did. So they dismissed the charges. And then, unfortunately, the other officer that they dismissed or fired, they said she didn't intervene under the new Senate Bill 217.
It's a fucking disaster. So keep in mind, everything we say off the air is still out live on YouTube. That never turns off.
Okay.
So don't give out your PIN number. Don't give out your address. But
we can
cussing
talk
is
more
fine.
freely on YouTube.
As long as we're not on the actual radio. YouTube, drop as many F-bombs as you want.
Where's Tom at?
He's recovering from surgery.
Okay.
And he might be out for a few more weeks. But the surgery went perfectly as expected. Could not have gone better and did not go any worse. And so we'll have him back here and hopefully in a few weeks.
How'd you end up getting involved in this?
Meat Fest.
Meat Fest.
So Tom, I've known Tom since 21 or 22. Mark, are you going to get a Meat Fest invitation?
We are back on the air. We've got some exciting news. From after the top of the hour, we're going to have a special guest with us today, Gary Millsbaugh, a retired lieutenant from the Aurora Police Department. And so that is something you can look forward to. Right now, we have been talking about some of the challenges for medical malpractice cases, some of the challenges that have been forced upon people by the vaccine, by being forced to take the shot. And we just heard a sad story this morning.
And sad is not even the word, Marco. It's heartbreaking and whatever comes beyond heartbreaking.
It's outrageous, really. While pending a heart transplant, the hospital required that the patient get vaccinated, who initially refused, but then acquiesced and died 36 hours after taking that shot. And, we were talking about the legitimacy of the problems with this vaccine that were minimized, discounted, and so
we learn so much more every day. Look at all of these teenage athletes who are suddenly dropping dead of heart attacks. That's unheard of.
It's unreal, and there's no accountability. There's no accountability.
No.
Anyway, my name is Marco Bendinelli. I'm filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, and we are welcoming your calls. If you have any problems with vendors, with people you do business with, you've been ripped off, you've been scammed, you got complaints, we got answers. And we are here to solve problems. Take your calls and look into whatever circumstance you're facing. Tom Martino has been doing that for 45 years. This is the longest syndicated radio show in the country. Extremely impressive. I am privileged to be here. And so again, if you have a problem, you give us a call at 303-MARTINO, or you can email us at help@troubleshooter.com. We are looking forward to speaking to the retired Aurora police officer. I think after he retired, he spent some time at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department as well. So we're looking forward to hearing from Gary Millspaugh. We're going to explore a very sensitive and controversial topic, which is the Trendy Aragua taking over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado, which the national media has said is fake. It did not occur. So Gary's going to talk to us about that and get to the bottom of it and shed some light on that.
And Marco, not only that, but I'd like our audience to know this is our very first Ask Me Anything session. So if anybody has questions that they've always wanted to ask a cop, give us a call. We're going to put Gary right on the spot. The only rule is you can ask him anything. The only other rule is Gary might not answer, but go ahead and take a shot. How to get out of a ticket. How many donuts do they actually eat? How do you know if you're going to get a ticket or a warning? What can you do to enhance your odds of a warning rather than a ticket?
So you tune in and we'll be right back.
How much time do we have?
Stay tuned in, I should have said.
Should be 6 minutes, Dimitri.
Do we have how much time do we have? Kelly, can you hear me? Quite a few minutes, probably at least 4.
At least 6.
Do you need the bathroom? Do you want the coffee?
No, I already took care of that. That's
okay.
Yeah, I held his hand.
No, I had some before I came in.
Marco, you want some coffee?
I'm good.
Okay.
You got your whipping cream back there?
Of course.
Well, I've already had my 2 cups.
Is that
today.
okay to throw a little teaser out there?
Absolutely. That's how it should be done, man. Good job.
Teaser.
I'm telling you, I don't think Tom or Mark are going to have a job when they come back. I think there's,
what's going to allow them to take more time off. With Marco Bandinelli, personal injury attorney in the house.
And for Monday, we've been getting a bunch of calls. Normally Mondays are dead. But because of Marco and the energy that he projects into that microphone, people have been calling and complaining and commenting.
Yeah. Of course, that's the first time I got really excited and yelled about the apartment complex in Aurora.
That was good, Marco. Yeah.
Because that is ridiculous.
Who are we going to sue? I want to be another lead plaintiff.
Obviously, I've been off the force, so I haven't been physically present on the premises. I just know the peripheral
but you've talked to guys that are on the force.
Right.
You know it's real.
Right.
We got video of them guys coming in with the freaking M16s.
Basically, it comes down to the politics, which I said they were trying to. They had that dissension in the ranks within city council with Daniel Jurinsky in particular, and she came to the aid of one of the victims of Trendy Aragua, personally got involved, and of course they dismissed that too.
Elevating the rights of the illegals.
See, that's something we can bring up on the air.
The injuries and insults to the citizens.
Well, and by the way, and I think sweeping this under the rug is injurious to citizens just in itself.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking here. Paulus minimized it.
Right. So did the mayor of Aurora.
Mayor J. Kaufman did.
He said that the fault lies entirely with out-of-state slumlords.
Yeah.
And then they wouldn't.
Slumlords don't have a SWAT team.
Trump had to fly out here to expose.
And by the way,
what was the name of the mayor?
Mike Kaufman.
Well, he's a good guy, isn't he? Military?
Danielle Jurinsky is the one that basically went on national news and everything that brought all
blew the lid
national
off the
attention.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And came to the aid of one of those victims of that apartment complex who was in fear for her life.
Well, was there a couple that were kidnapped and they pulled out their fingernails?
As far as I know,
they
were kidnapped and terrorized as well.
But tortured.
Yeah.
I've got to run down the hall.
Gary, do you know an officer named Sean Curian?
Boy, that name sounds so familiar. Yes, if I saw his face, I would know him.
It was in the 80s. My wife and I bought an apartment building in Aurora, and it's a long story, and we got our asses kicked. Prostitution. I mean, we're just country.
You owned an apartment complex?
Yeah, and it's a story, and then the police wouldn't come. I had to hire this guy off-duty, Sean Currian, to come to the building, and then I paid him to just check IDs. And then I was so glad to get, that building was just, the tenants, and then the police wouldn't help out on it. And I could write a book on being a landlord in Aurora. But this Sean Currian guy, he was pretty good. He says, you just pay me. It was pretty expensive back in the late 80s. It was $25 an hour. He said, you pay me, I'll hang out here and check IDs. He got the okay from the department. But then on the weekends, he'd have to bring someone else with him because he thought it was a little dangerous. And Sean says, I can't believe you and your wife are coming out here cleaning this building. I don't even like being out here by myself. So when Sean told my wife that, she says, that's it. I'm never coming back out here again. 1649 Revere Street.
Beeler, 1600 block of Beeler?
It was Boston.
1600 block.
It was called the Revere Apartments.
Oh man, that's like Fort Apache.
I didn't know it when we bought it. Some old guy at the church wanted to get rid of this building, and man, we could have wrote a book.
The highest crime area in the whole city.
And then the manager ended up killing somebody, and we thought we'd be liable. I could write a book about that. I didn't know what a bad crime area it was. Yeah, Sean told my wife, she said, I wouldn't come out here and clean apartments. And she said, Bo, I'm sorry, bud, you're on your own for this property. I'm not ever coming back. We live in Lakewood.
Have you done this before?
No.
It's fun. You know what? I've been really nervous.
I was nervous when
my buddy just texted me, who's making fun of me.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, you're wait, what did he say? You're pedaling as fast as you can. Because, you kind of feel, but I'm starting to get a little looser.
Yeah. I can see this is not your first time doing this.
Second, isn't it, Marco?
Yeah.
This your first time? Oh, fuck, man, you're doing
This is your first time up here taking the lead?
Yeah. Well, I did it for an hour last week.
Yeah, it was a practice for an hour. But Mark was here showing you everything, so this is your first rodeo.
Yeah. I can see where you get a little stage fright, especially.
Yeah.
When I'm out in the field and people are peppering you, or I'm the watch commander and I'm getting peppered on the phone or whatever, it's like, you've been doing it for 40 years. It's like second nature, just like you and your law practice.
And you watch Tom and Mark, they are so natural, relaxed, They
got 45 years behind him, Marco. You have...
just like you're profession in my
I got 45 minutes.
Yeah, you got 2 hours behind you.
Well...
I'd like to try and open, too, but I don't know if I'll get in trouble.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
I'm going to try to show Gary my badge collection there.
Oh.
See if I can get an Aurora badge for my collection.
Gary, you got an extra badge?
Well, I wish I could say I do. My badge is, I've got one on me because I can still carry one as retired and good. Retired and good.
Show Bo. Bo, he'd love to see your badge.
I collect police and fire badges. Does Aurora let people order badges for collectors? Do you know?
No, not that I know of. They're pretty tight with the badges.
Wow.
Now, I've got a whole collector case for mine for retirement from all the ranks and all the positions in Jefferson County. And
so you have many badges.
Many
Can
badges.
I take a picture of it, the badge?
Yeah, there's no reason why you can't do that.
Just so I can look around now, I know what a real Aurora, I didn't know Aurora badge looks like that. I don't think I've ever seen one.
So how many badges do you have?
I think I got like 7. Right. And they got the Jefferson County, obviously, badge, the deputy that I was there for almost
That's
10
really
years.
pretty. It's called the P500 style, made by a company in California named Sun Badge Company. Very cool. Very cool.
Don't you love the energy of that music? I mean, it just excites me sitting here.
Yeah, we should start a mosh pit whenever that music comes on.
Oh my goodness, we're dancing around here in the studio. It's kind of fun. Anyway, this is Marco Bendinelli Law Firm, filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager. You're listening to the Troubleshooter Show, the longest syndicated radio show in the country. 45 years, quite amazing. Tom is a pioneer as a consumer advocate. He has recovered, hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, and services.
Marco, I think
Over
the total,
350.
yes, $350 million recovered by Tom and Marc. And by the way, guest hosts get 20% on the days that they work here.
We got to get paid somehow.
Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, Tom is a pioneer, and I'm proud of him for standing up against the grain, calling out these rip-off artists, these scumbags, and really, pressing the flesh and getting in the middle of these things to solve problems. And, hats off to Tom. Tom has suffered some medical issues, and we're looking forward to his full recovery and return. Our best thoughts and prayers go out to him right now. I am privileged to sit in his chair. Anyway, we are at the top of the hour, and we have a special guest today, Lieutenant Gary Millspaugh, who is a retired lieutenant from the Aurora Police Department. And then, as if that was not enough public service, then he joined the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department for another 9 years.
Yeah, I think that was his first gig in law enforcement, right, Gary? So 9 years in Jeffco.
Okay.
Couple of years in DEA.
I reversed it.
Including undercover stuff that we got a bunch of questions for. And after that, decades at Aurora PD.
Unbelievable. The kind of guy that, really makes up the fabric of our society, like the everyday heroes. We love those people. And what I'm interested and anxious to talk about is the, whether there were false claims of gang takeovers in Aurora, because while we were off the air, I Googled it. And listen, it says, there have been controversies and challenges, and this is a quote, including false claims of gang takeovers and increased crimes. And, what kind of, is that the fake news?
What a whitewash. What a whitewash.
Unbelievable. So we're going to ask Gary. Gary, can you comment on whether the claims of gang takeovers of apartment complexes in Aurora was that false? Was that made up?
That was all fake news.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah. So Gary, tell us what you know about that, about the Trenda Aragua presence in Aurora, real or perceived.
Well, like you said, there was a great deal of controversy involved in that, and for a variety of reasons. From an officer's perspective, the national media eventually put out those takeovers with the armed gang members. That was kind of spoke for itself. We had the biggest champion that brought that to the national forefront was the city councilwoman, Daniel Jurinsky, and she actually came to the aid of one of the victims there and helped her get relocated.
And was ostracized, if I recall.
Yes, very much so.
Demonized.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, for obvious reasons. First the governor came out and said basically it was a nothing burger, and then of course that was supported by the mayor. The last thing they wanted to do, especially in the hypercharged environment of immigration and everything that entails, the last thing they want to do is bring any adverse publicity to the city of Aurora, not the least of which was the potential economic damage that was happening. Councilwoman Jurinsky was a big champion of had always been when I was there, since she took office, was a big champion of the police department. So, there was a lot of controversy, especially on the city council, between the left and the right. And since she led the charge and all the other issues that I just mentioned, yes, there was a lot of blowback.
Right.
And a lot of blame placed on the slumlords, as most people who are aware of the situation.
Was that Governor Polis, or was that
that was Mayor Kaufman, who went in the news at the beginning of this controversy. And in my view, he minimized the entire situation. And he said, there may be some problems, but it's, and I'm paraphrasing, it's entirely the fault of, and this is a direct quote, out-of-state slumlords.
I'll tell you what, elevating, first of all, saying they're false. Mm-hmm. And then to the extent that they're caught, then they're elevating the rights of the illegals, dismissing the harm to the citizens. Yeah. And I think people have had enough. What do you say, Gary?
I would agree. And then there's obviously people that would be obviously considered innocent within the Venezuelan community that obviously are swept up in this whole issue. But there's been instances where you've had parking lots, huge parking lots taken over by Venezuelans. Some of them were infiltrated by gang members. There has been reports in certain of those instances where arguably there were shots fired. And then, of course, you have all kinds of problems with traffic congestion and speeders and racers on the highway and so forth. To certain degrees, they're involved.
I don't think that rises to the level of M16s in the hallways of apartment complexes.
Yes, I would totally agree with that. And like I said, that's a problem where they're trying to lay low and sweep it under the rug for political purposes, as I mentioned before. But the officers have obviously came into contact and had to engage these people, these gang members, if you will, under a variety of circumstances.
And they're villainized.
And
law enforcement's villainized.
Yes, obviously the chief has to take a stand, and obviously it's going to be with regard to the narrative that's out there.
And to your understanding, what do you think the narrative was of Governor Polis?
Well, the same thing. Obviously you had President Trump coming into office, and his main objective, or one of his main objectives that he was voted into office, was to deal with the border and deal with immigration issues. And he had already talked about that on the campaign trail, about what was going on in Ohio and what was going on in Aurora, for all the information that we're talking about that he had received, and that became a priority.
And how did Governor Polis help the fake news?
Well, obviously, to my knowledge, the governor wasn't, quick to go ahead and support the agenda of the president, especially since it was brought for the reasons we've already spoke at by Councilwoman Jurinsky, that brought it to the forefront. And then it was picked up by the Trump administration early on in the campaign trail. So you could see the political component of that, especially leading up to the election, and then locally from the mayor's standpoint, dragging the city proverbially through the mud. And so there was a lot of controversy all the way from the Trump administration or Trump campaign all the way down to city council.
Right. And so the Colorado gubernatorial election in 2026, we'll find out whether the citizens of Colorado, are going to hold some, the governor responsible, create some accountability. What do you think, Dimitri?
No, I wouldn't count on it. And, throughout this whole controversy, as the police were unfairly painted and smeared as racist because they're going after the Hispanic gangsters, and the councilwoman over there was smeared the same way, everybody seemed to have ignored the fact that the chief victims of the TDA were an incredibly vulnerable part of the population, which is the rest of the illegal aliens who were living in these apartments and other apartments. And the TDA was collecting rent from these very vulnerable people who can't go to the police for help, right? For fear of being deported. And so how can they make this into a racial issue? Yes, it's true. People like us are victimized, but man, they really inexcusably preyed on an extremely vulnerable part of the population. So It was, and still is, man, just disgusting. It's sad, it's disgusting, it's infuriating, and unfortunately, these people will never be held to account. I mean, Polis is going to go on to probably a Senate seat. I mean, face it, this is a deep blue state, right? So he's going to go to Senate, and then I don't know what Kaufman is going to do next, but he can't seem to find any way to earn a living other than from public office. And that's it. I think we just got to kind of live with it. And hopefully the federal government will continue to clean up. And by the way, and the Attorney General, what did he do? Has he lifted a finger to address the criminal invaders that we've been dealing with?
Phil Weiser.
Yeah, so he's going to be our next governor. I guarantee you that.
Well, then you've got the controversy, which is nationwide, which is sanctuary cities in particular. But law enforcement, as far as chiefs of police and certain sheriffs throughout the country, have already stated the fact that they're not going to cooperate with ICE. Yeah. And as Tom Holman has said, it would be ideal before these gang members who have been criminally charged, if they could engage them and only send 1 or 2 ICE agents to the facility, the detention facility, it would save the situation where you got to send a mass, almost, a squadron, or a platoon of ICE agents that put the ICE agents in jeopardy, and they also put the public in jeopardy when they're trying to apprehend them, like we saw, I believe it was in Colorado Springs or here recently.
And we're going to talk about that when we come back from the break. 303 Martino, call us with questions or comments on this controversial issue. My name is Marco Bendinelli from the Bendinelli Law Firm, Colorado's best choice for the injured, and we'll be right back after this.
Colorado's best choice for the injured. That's a good one. You better patent that slogan, Mark.
You like that one?
I'm going to write that one down.
Cool.
Yes, I'm going to law school.
That was great.
Yep.
Was I a little too hot-headed?
No, that's what the show needs, Marco.
I need to light some fires.
The heft of it all.
It's very nasty.
And then, calling out Polis. I called out Polis.
Yeah.
On the air. Good.
Yeah. You got to call out Denver Mayor for promising to form a 50,000 person strong ring to protect
Is
the
Kaufman still the mayor?
Gang members.
I remember even before all this immigration got to this point, many years ago, before Biden was in office and they opened the borders and all that, I remember our chiefs in the past decade or so ago, for obvious reasons, most of these chiefs in most of these big cities obviously said, we are not going to be immigration officers because we're fearful that the people and the legitimate victims from those respective communities will not come to the forefront for fear, like you said, of being deported. Now you magnify that since that chief had made that decade or so ago.
You got a point there.
And now you've got it, on steroids. And now they won't honor, of course, these administrative warrants that the ICE is bringing forth. They won't have detainers. I remember years ago they would honor detainers, but they don't honor detainers for ICE, and they consider their warrants to be administrative because they're not signed by a judge. So they consider it not something they're going to abide by. And then hence the problem I just said, where they've got to go out and force in the public in order to have and then who gets swept up? The people who are not necessarily the criminals,
right?
Which is the first priority. I mean, we've been seeing that all over the country.
Yeah. Well, but they're getting the criminals.
They're getting the criminals too. And the other thing is what they're talking about, this Abrego guy or whatever. All these people coming over the border, they didn't have due process coming over. They either were getaways. There's no due process.
That's a good point.
And then the other part is the people that came by, they just gave them a name and everything and whatever and a preferred destination. They sent them about their business and said, here's a return date in this years in the future.
Right.
So there was not that big of a concern of vetting these folks.
So why do they
due process coming over?
So they don't shouldn't
so
get
now with this due process under the Fifth Amendment, they're talking about having trials
for each person.
They want to vet everyone on the way out.
Right. They didn't get it. That could take decades.
I'm going to say that.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, because they didn't get due process coming over. Why should they get it going back?
Yeah, it'll be millions of trials, and it's it's a conundrum.
You know, Marco's a good point about the judges. Do you think the judges have that authority for when they make a decision that's good throughout the country, or just for their jurisdiction?
That's going to be up to the Supreme Court to decide. You mean the federal judges, the district federal
Yeah,
judges?
what they
Well,
say.
who was that judge? Where was that?
That you can't
the
deport
guy
it.
out the back door.
She got arrested.
Yeah.
And she needed him.
We'll see if there's any penalty.
Oh,
Because that's going to be where the
She
battle
needs to
lines are
lose.
drawn.
She needs to lose her job.
Well, Gary, they booked her, didn't they?
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Well, what
FBI
about
took
that
her out
other
in
couple?
handcuffs.
What about that other retired judge that was actually, and his wife was harboring?
He and his wife got arrested. In
Yeah,
They were
Mexico.
actually harboring.
I can't believe we don't have calls on this.
So
On this
We will.
topic.
We'll get them.
So I can introduce a few consumer topics into this whenever you. Yeah.
What do you want? Yeah, I want to bring that up just
Let's
to
do that.
have people
Update
call in on
some cases that Bo's working.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just want people to call in if they want to find out about it. But yeah,
We don't have any call-ins right now.
okay,
It's okay.
we got.
So was that a little too heavy on the
We'll tell in
on the Aurora issue?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
It's just, we don't have a lot of call-ins right now, so we kind of.
Mondays are very slow, I would
Are
imagine.
you sure?
Any updates?
Yeah, Bo's got a bunch.
Yeah. Hey guys, just trying to help you.
Thank you.
I know you are.
It's so
Thank
nice of
you, Kelly. We'll give you a bottle of wine later.
This kind of reminds me kind of like Frasier. Where you got the gal.
Frasier.
Oh,
And
that's
she's
right.
on the mic and she's saying-
Roz, wasn't her name Roz? That's right.
but she's not speaking through the window there in that booth.
Yeah,
She's in a mood today.
so they can speak to us through these headphones, but for some reason, it's not. It doesn't really work well. Gary, you okay talking about the theater shooting?
Oh, that's a.
Yeah, I could go somewhat in. I want to be cautious as far as what I say. I mean, it was July 20th, 2012, and there were so many people that were heroic that were that day. And
We are back. You are back with Marco Bendinelli, Bendinelli Law Firm, Denver, Colorado. Colorado's best choice for the injured. We can be reached at 1-800-ATTORNEY, 1-800-ATTORNEY, or online at colawfirm.com. Anyway, I am filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager. We have really a great guest with us right now, Gary Millsbaugh, a retired Aurora police officer. We just had a spirited discussion regarding things that have gone on in Aurora and whether that was fabricated or real. I think that the Colorado residents know what's real, but in the national media, all of that was tagged as, false claims. And but anyway, so Gary had some things to say about that. We have some lines open, so give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO. And we got Deputy Bo here, who has some updates on some previous callers and previous circumstances that have been investigated. And Bo, why don't you jump in and tell us what's going on?
First, I'd like to tell listeners that I've worked since I've been here over 40 cases. And with the limits of time, I can't go into all of them, but if any of the listeners would like to call in or send us an email about an update on a case, we have 5 great deputies here that do the Martino Show a great service. We all donate our time. We have 5 deputies, one that's an expert in medical, and one that's an expert in accounting and law enforcement. I'm a specialist in contracting, and then we have someone, Dimitri's good at business issues. So I think it's good for the listeners to use this as a great resource. free. I mean, we're happy to dig in and investigate any cases, any issues you might have, and our deputies have a very good success rate at getting to a resolution, and more importantly, trying to get to the other side of the story. So like I said, I've worked on 30, 40 cases, and if anyone would like to call in, I would be happy to talk about an individual case. I did bring my file in. I was working with Peggy. In fact, she called in on March 14th, 10 o'clock hour. This one was very interesting. She was getting a raw sewage smell in her apartment. And the property management company absolutely would not do anything about it. And what was sad about it is...
What did we do about it, Bo? What did we do about it?
Well, I can tell you what we did about it. I went over there and investigated it. Tried to call the management company. First, you always want to get the other side of the story. I went over there and verified she had a sewer-type gas smell coming through her ventilation system. And what was sad about it is Peggy had stage 4 cancer. She was on chemo, and this lady couldn't even get off the couch to show me around. So basically, I called the state of Colorado Health Department, and they got involved, and with the asset of the show, we put heat on the Tamarin apartment complex.
So what I want the callers and listeners to know is that this is not fluff. Mm-hmm. When you call with your problems, your complaints from these people, irresponsible, the people that are ripping you off, mm-hmm. the scam artists, mm-hmm. In this case, terrible landlords, this is not just for show. You've got actual people following up on your issues.
And it's live. We're doing it live. I mean, we're going out. We're not like sitting on these cases for a couple of weeks. We'll get an issue, and normally we start making calls during the top of the hour break.
So don't hesitate to call 303 Martino. Give us your real problems, and we will give you real solutions. We have a special guest with us, Gary Millspaw, a retired Aurora police officer. And so we welcome your calls for Gary to find out how you get out of a speeding ticket. Ask him anything. Be controversial. Have a little fun. It's Monday. Wake up. Anyway, 303 Martino. Give us a call. Again, my name's Marco Bendinelli, and I really am honored to be here and to be invited to host the show for Tom and Mark while they're not here. It's really a privilege. We have to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Very cool. Good job, man. Kicking ass and taking names.
Marco, when we come back, I just want to follow up with what the show did for this
Yeah,
day.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
And they paid for movie expenses to get out. So it was that one was a success.
Yeah. Okay, good. Wake up, people.
Gary, wake up and smell the coffee. Yeah.
I don't want to say on the air, but can you write down your cell phone number?
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a picture of my badge collection.
Wow.
Maybe show you that.
Maybe do some trading.
Yeah, I need an Aurora badge. Yeah, you'd be impressed.
I got this buddy of mine. He used to be at the range officer. He blows me away. He used to be a range officer many years ago. Probably one of the best range officers we ever had at Aurora PD. And the badge collection he has, he's got chiefs of police badges.
Wow.
He was even able to get an Aurora chief of police badge from a certain chief that was much more, shall we say, accommodating, which is like impossible. And they tried to get the badge back from him. He's got tons of chiefs badges. He's got the biggest badge collection.
Was it John Dietemar?
It was Rich Wyatt.
Oh, was he the guy that owned the guns?
Yeah.
Wait, Rich Wyatt worked for the Aurora PD?
Yeah, he was in he was the range officer.
Aurora?
Yeah.
Gary, I didn't know that. I met him a couple of times.
Yeah.
Well, he's a big badge collector himself.
That's what I'm talking about. He's got the biggest badge collection I've
Oh,
ever
that's
seen.
the guy you're talking
That's
about.
what I'm referring to.
Rich White was a range officer.
Yeah, he was the best. And he speaks his mind, and he got sideways with the chief. And one time, what happened is I forget what was going on, some controversy with him in the chief's office. And then he said, "Oh, by the way, chief, in front of the city manager, last I checked, you didn't qualify at the range."
Nice.
Which the chief has to do instead of being lost.
Sure,
Gary, that
did
is.
not go over well.
God, Gary, that's a wealth
The
of
town of
information.
Alma sued him to get their badge back.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yes, and they didn't.
They still didn't get it?
No. As a matter of fact, I met the lawyer over at this Churchill room having cigars. He was over there. The lawyer happened to be there on a black tie function, and he introduced me to the guy that got him off the hook and everything.
That guy's a character.
Got Rich off the hook.
Yeah. Got the badge. Get to keep the badge.
Boy, did Aurora want the badge.
No, this is
Alma.
Alma.
Aurora wanted the badge back, and so did this one from this
Alma.
sheriff, because he was like the sheriff of this podunk or chief or whatever he was.
Chief of like a 3-person department.
Yeah, a real small department.
Did they go to a legal thing over there?
Yeah,
They
tried
took him to court.
when he was the chief of that small town. They took him to court to try to get the badge back.
And then they didn't get it.
They didn't get it back.
That's
He had one of the
hilarious.
best attorneys.
It's funny, it's never happened to me, but I was asking, I haven't. Huh? Well, they're for people collect them. Like some people collect coins and.
Well, it's different if you're a chief of police and then you get sideways with, the county commissioner or whatever, and then you're let go, and then they want you to return your badge as the chief of police. And then he says, "No, I'm not giving the badge back." And they said, "Fine, we'll sue you to get it back."
Yeah, because it's issued.
Because you've been let go, yes.
Oh,
Been issued. There is the difference.
issued.
Yes.
Interesting, Gary. I'll have to ponder that.
Unless you want to be a chief somewhere, then you can.
I can just order a rank set. I've always wanted a rank set of Denver. And they've got pieces.
So Marco, whenever you want to bring it back to for a time for some consumer stuff, let me know, because I have some that specifically relate to your practice.
Okay.
It'll be good.
So, you want me to go to Bo first, though?
Oh yeah, because
Just
Bo
gonna
should
do a
finish that
final-
story. Yeah.
final follow-up.
We got 2 more minutes. 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
And I'm going to bring it back to that long-ass question I asked about whether or not I'm a better target now for you, and that would be kind of interesting. And I can very quickly summarize that if you want me to.
Okay.
For the people, and we try to do that all the time because people are constantly tuning in.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there are a ton of them. It's been like an hour since I asked, so. A lot of people didn't hear my original question, but I have like a 15-second version, a 10-second version.
It's almost like the time goes like that.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
when
when
you're
you get
here,
a
it
call.
flies. It's not like that day I fell asleep on the couch.
No. Well, I just asked Mark if I'm spicing it up too much.
Is he listening?
He told me I was doing great at 12:02.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so he's listening?
He told me he'll listen, but I never know how.
All right, Mark's listening.
And then I just got another text by saying, we hear everything you say on the YouTube feed. Everything.
That's how it's
Well,
supposed
we didn't
to be.
say anything bad.
Well, I didn't
It's all
swear
learned.
much.
I'll swear for you.
Yeah, you can drop all the F-bombs
God
you want
damn
on
it.
the YouTube.
Huh?
All the F-bombs you want on the YouTube.
But not
Do
on the air.
you cuss a lot, Marco?
I've heard, I think I've heard Marco friggin'.
Frickin'.
Yeah, this is friggin' ridiculous.
Oh, really?
27 seconds.
Wow, you're getting that timing down. I don't.
This is.
Gary, you got ripped off by anybody?
What's that?
DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
You are listening to 630 Talk Radio, 630 KHOW, KHOW, to the Troubleshooter Show. My name is Marco Bendinelli. I am honored to be filling in for Marc Mager and Tom Martino, both who are not in town today. And we can talk a little more about that. My name, again, is Marco Bendinelli. I'm a local practicing attorney from the Bendinelli Law Firm. We've been in business in Denver since 1997, and as I like to say, we are the best choice for the injured. We represent, we're a personal injury law firm. If you have any questions today about personal injury or any other legal questions, give us a call. And as normal, or as usual, we answer questions and listen to complaints and solve problems for consumer. Tom Martino has been a consumer advocate, the people's champion, for 45 years. Amazing. Longest syndicated radio show in the country. Before the break, we were getting a little update on some of the past calls and some of the past problems that have been reported. And Deputy Bo,
Yes, sir.
Bo, and I can talk sometimes. It's really a good skill for while you're on the radio.
For a trial lawyer? For a trial lawyer, it's not that important, but now that you're here.
I'll take the marbles out of my mouth while we get an update from Deputy Bo. There it is again.
Bo is a lot easier to say than Dimitri. But I just want to finish up with this Peggy with the sewer smell. I just want to emphasize what the power of the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show has because of our involvement in bugging and just communicating with the management company. They were able to, because of the involvement of us, I just got to stress that, because this lady would still be there suffering. The management company canceled her lease. They found her a brand new apartment building in their system, and they paid for her to move out. Now, I never could figure out where the smell was coming from, and the state of Colorado Health Department didn't reveal it to me, but I just think that was a great story that we were, because of the involvement of the show, they paid for her moving expenses and canceled her lease, so she's in a nice place. Peggy's in a nice, good place now with no odors. So with that, I'd like to maybe turn it back over to our Lieutenant Gary Millspot with the Aurora Police Department for some questions for him, and we're honored to have him in here.
Do you have any questions for him, Bo?
Yes, I actually do. I'd like to find out about I've always heard when you get pulled over, that basically, and I've never done this, but basically under the Constitution or rules of government, that you don't have to talk to a police officer. I was thinking, do you even have to legally show them the ID?
Yeah, if you get pulled over, you are obligated. Driving is not a right; it's a privilege, and you have an obligation under the Motor Vehicle Traffic Code and the Colorado Revised Traffic Statutes to provide your driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance. You don't necessarily have to, you can exercise your First Amendment rights. You don't necessarily have to answer any other questions. You're not compelled to do that. But you have to provide that documentation. Otherwise, you can be cited, and depends on the nature of the charge. There's charges like traffic infractions, where there's no jail time involved, and then there are offenses where higher misdemeanor traffic offenses where in fact you could potentially be jailed. So
and we should mention, refusing to talk to a police officer is not a recommended course of action.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not a recommended course of action. I mean, the basics are you keep your hands where you can see them. If it's nighttime, turn your dome light on. Don't be reaching into the glove box or under your seat. Or it'd be ideal if you could put they have these visor clips where you can put your proof of insurance and your registration right there. and have those documents accessible and have your hands clearly on the wheel, turn your dome light on.
Right. And
be polite, be respectful.
Police officers really appreciate being able to see your hands.
Yes, that's the key.
As they're approaching your vehicle.
That's the key.
And like the lieutenant said, probably on the steering wheel is the best place.
That's the best place. You don't be reaching in the center console. You don't go in the glove box. You don't go under your seat. That's called furtive movements. And that's going to pique the suspicion of the officer, obviously from an officer safety perspective.
I have a question for you. Have you ever worked in traffic?
Yes, I was a supervisor of traffic at one point.
Okay, so the police officers that sit on the side of the road with the gun, radar gun, right? Yeah, and
or it could be laser.
What is it?
Could be laser.
Could be laser. But my question is, I've always heard that if you go 9 over, okay, now 9 miles an hour over the speed limit, and maybe that just applies to the highway. I don't know. Like if the speed limit's 55, if you go 64, you won't get pulled over.
Well, that's pretty much the discretion of each police department, and especially when it comes to the traffic unit.
Well, I want you to give our listeners some inside information.
Well, yeah. I definitely wouldn't go. I wouldn't go over 10 miles over the speed limit on the highway. And obviously the city, when you're talking in the city limits, when you're 5 to 9 miles over, then you're looking at getting pulled over. But once again, what I'm talking about, you got to understand the traffic units in these respective police departments, should they have one, their whole measure of performance is traffic tickets.
I see.
That's how they get measured by, I won't be so bold as to say there is a quota per se, but it's very dependent on your evaluations and so forth. If you're in traffic and you're doing speed enforcement in particular, or maybe they have a different campaign going on. Like right now, the big campaign is expired plates. They looked aside for the longest time because they had bigger fish to fry. And then because of the hue and cry of the public, because there was such an extensive amount of people that were driving around with expired plates or misused plates or what have you, then they have certain campaigns, just like click it or ticket with your seatbelt.
Right. So, frankly, I'm from Pennsylvania, and you could not drive a vehicle that, had an expired sticker. Or when I got to Colorado, albeit it was, 1997, a long time ago, but I was shocked that people ride around Colorado, Denver in particular, with expired plates, no plates.
Every day.
License plates.
I see that every day.
And there was like no consequences. It blew my mind. It was not like that in Pennsylvania.
Well, it just comes with the times. There are certain times where traffic enforcement, unless you're in a traffic unit, as I've mentioned per se, but if you're a patrol officer, oftentimes you're going call to call to call, and you make a traffic contact, then what's going to happen, you're going to be tied up quite a bit. And it depends on, like I said, the nature of the traffic stop itself. And oftentimes, like I said, if you're really busy in the peak hours of the shift and you're a actual traffic officer on routine patrol, you're usually hammered. I know at Aurora, we had so many calls pending. It was beyond belief.
You mean calls that would pull the traffic officers off of traffic duty?
No, not the traffic officers.
Okay.
The only time the traffic officer would come off duty if it was like a very high profile call, like a barricaded gunman or some sort of a SWAT call where they needed to secure a perimeter, and there was not enough resources, so traffic or whomever would come out there, secure the perimeter of the SWAT call or something, as egregious as that. But as far as routine calls for service, maybe an officer would ask for a backup and there wasn't any backups really, that were tied up or a certain distance away, then maybe a traffic officer would swing by to be a backup officer.
Right.
But normally outside those parameters, they're pretty much, limited to doing traffic enforcement.
Right. Really interesting stuff. We have to take a short break. Stay tuned in. It'll be to your benefit. We'll be right back after this.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Over on the west end of town, I-70 eastbound approaching Lowell Boulevard, road marking operations have 2 lanes closed. We're seeing some stop and go back from I-76, looking about 20 minutes added to your commute on I-70 eastbound. It's otherwise a calm Monday drive throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through 10 back to I-70 eastbound. No complaints to DIA. We did have a crash I-70 eastbound at Quebec. That is all cleared up. We are back to intended speeds. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you've been hurt in an automobile accident or in any other way and you're wondering, is this what I have to look forward to? Missing work, pain, missing vacations, not being able to do stuff around the house, and who pays? John Fuller is someone you should talk to. Free of charge, complimentary. If he takes the case, it's only payable if he wins, and it's a small percentage of what he collects. Why should you be the one to suffer? 303-597-4500. 597-4500 on my referral list at referralist.com.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote. 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now. 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm understands that injuries to seniors from motor vehicle crashes are often a tipping point moment in their lives, with the injuries tipping them from a life of independence into a life of dependence on others. Our firm has a long, outstanding, and provable track record of obtaining full economic justice for injured seniors. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
It's not too early to get your carpets ready for spring if you use ZeroRez. ZeroRez is the only system that removes all residue from previous cleanings and leaves no new dirt-attracting residue behind. So by restoring your carpets to factory-like condition, the fibers will actually resist new dirt and grime. Right now, 3 rooms starting at only $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. They also do tile and grout, any surface in your home. Double benefits, an early spring cleaning and easier cleaning cleanings in the future. Only from ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. No harmful chemicals. Only purified, softened water, the best cleaning agent in nature. Safe for kids, safe for pets, and safe for you. 3 rooms, $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroRes. Spell it forward or backward. It does the same thing. Cleans with no residue.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits.
And on the run.
Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio.
15 seconds.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
I listen to Dan Caplis.
With Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 K-How.
That's a mean guitar right there. You are back listening to the Troubleshooter Show. This is Marco Bendinelli filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager. Privileged to do so. In case you just joined us, we've had a very exciting show today. A number of controversial topics, interesting topics. Callers brought up some great things to talk about. Unfortunately, for one, we had a death resulting from a COVID shot. But anyway, it's been a great show so far. We have a special guest with us today, Gary Millspaw, and we have Deputies Bo and Deputies Dimitri in studio with us. Always a pleasure. Always exciting.
Thank you.
Always have good things to say and add. Colorful comments. In fact, we're going to go to Deputy Dimitri right now. He has some questions about, I think, liability insurance. Is that what you mentioned?
Mark, you may recall that I said that I have a boatload of insurance. I maxed out all of the policy limits on both my auto and my umbrella policy. And I did that not only to protect myself in the event of, through med pay and similar things, but I also did that to protect the other party in case I really do accidentally injure somebody. I feel like I'll bear some responsibility. So my question is from the perspective of a guy who doesn't want to face you in court. So the fact...
That's wise.
Thanks. Well, now you can't represent anybody against me, right? Because I'm asking you this question. So the question is this. Since I have a boatload of liability, does it make me a much more of a juicier target for somebody like you? And if so, are you going to put in more time and effort and resources into pursuing this case? And furthermore, on the other side, because the insurance company is on the hook for such a huge amount of money, can I count on them hiring me a better lawyer than they otherwise would if I had just that state-mandated minimums?
Well, I'll answer the last question first. The answer is no. Because they contract with certain firms, and regardless of whether you got $1 million worth of coverage with them or $25,000 worth of coverage with them, they'll hire the same. Typically, they'll hire the same defense counsel
with unlimited number of hours that they could bill.
Yes, because any insurance policy carries with it 2 obligations from the insurer. That's difficult to say. Insurer. Anyway, they have a duty to defend, and then a duty to indemnify. And the duty to defend is what you're talking about. And so they will get counsel for you and defend any claims against you. Now, you said you buy lots of liability insurance for 2 reasons. That's one of them was because I want to be responsible if I hurt somebody. I don't think in 30 years, maybe I heard that before, but it's usually a CYA, cover your rear motivation to buy extra insurance.
Yeah, Marco, I don't want a lifetime of guilt. If I do make a mistake, and cost someone's life or health or their ability to move around.
That is a rare.
I don't want to live with that.
That's a rare perspective, and I applaud you for that. But your primary question is, does that make you a bigger target? Tom, who has an issue with carpet mill, we'll be right with you, Tom. Stay on the line. But in answering Deputy Dimitri's question, the answer is likely no. That you would not be a bigger target because, when a case, for example, a case comes into my office, right? I evaluate cases based on two preliminary criteria. Number one is liability, right? Was someone else responsible? And number two is damages. And whatever the damages are, the damages are. I don't really think that you can, if you have a $10,000 claim, the fact that the defendant has $1 million of insurance, because really you can't push or you can't overestimate the value of damages. Do you know, even after 30 years, I think to myself sometimes when I'm reviewing a file or sitting and talking with a client, my evaluation is, what would a jury do? Right? Because, people think that, there's runaway juries and outrageous verdicts, and that hasn't been my experience. It's like these are regular people, and you're going to have to tell them a story about what happened, what your damages were, what harm was incurred, and they're going to be reasonable people. And, they're going to come back, hopefully, they're going to come back with something that's fair. And, and even though I talked earlier about the fact that my law firm, I think, is different than others, in that we litigate cases more than others. We're not a settlement mill. We actually represent clients. It's about getting the insurance carrier to be fair. And are we moving into a break right now? Tom, stay on the line. We'll be with you. I talked too much. Stay tuned in. We'll be back after this.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, PlumlineServices.com.
Did you know 1 in 10 Coloradans has unclaimed property, like unpaid wages or uncashed checks? Now you have the power to claim your property thanks to the Great Colorado Payback. The process is simple and secure. First, find yourself by typing in your name. Then we'll guide you through the identity verification process. Once we know it's you, we'll mail you a check. Get back what's yours. Visit greatcopayback.com to get started. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The notorious prison in San Francisco Bay, closed down for decades, could reopen under a plan by President Trump.
Alcatraz's buildings have been degrading for decades, crumbling in the salty ocean air. Shut down as a prison in 1963 when it was found to have been too expensive to run as a prison, now operated by the National Park Service. It's a regular tour and school field trip stop. Reopening it would likely mean tearing down historic buildings and starting over. California State Senator Scott Wiener.
The idea that it would be turned back into a prison would be so expensive and just so dumb.
Alex Stone, ABC News.
President Trump announced Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft. That event taking place on the National Mall, he says. A judge in New York questioning potential jurors in day one of the sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. And a new round of storms stretching from Texas to New York, parts of Oklahoma facing severe flooding. This is ABC News. A reprieve from those student loan payments resuming for millions after the pandemic pause. 5 million borrowers are either in default or not making payments on their student loans, but this week the Trump administration began the process for them to resume. If you aren't sure if you're in default or not,
A credit score drop is the first sign that you might, be behind on your student loan. So even borrowers who are delinquent, which is not as serious as default, can face significant credit score drops.
Market Watch's Jillian Berman says the best thing to do is check your account at studentaid.gov. If you are in default and don't pay, the government could take money out of your wages, your Social Security payments, or any tax refunds. Sherry Preston, ABC News. Romania's prime minister today announcing that he is resigning. And the news comes after the governing coalition's joint candidate failed to advance in a runoff of the presidential election. The front runner in that race, a hard-right nationalist. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
K-How News Time, 103.
The Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit challenging what they claim are Colorado and Denver sanctuary laws. Over the weekend, the State House passed immigration protections. The bill includes several provisions to protect the civil rights of immigrants, which proponents say strengthens existing data privacy protections and clarifies constitutional protections for immigrants. Republican Representative Carlos Barron opposes the measure.
At its core, this bill disables cooperation between local law enforcement and federal immigration authorities. We should be working with our federal partners. We are still a part of the United States of America.
The bill now goes back to the Senate for consideration. The Denver City
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That are mentally ill, they end up either getting charged and then there's not sufficient mental health assistance for them, or they end up going from being contacted to the ER, to the jail, and then they put them out on the street, and you rinse and repeat. You keep doing it. There's such a lack of mental health resources out there. That's a big one. I experience that all the time.
I see it every day downtown. Yeah. I live in downtown.
Well, then you know. That's the elephant in the room.
It's top of the hour. Mark really stressed top of the hour. He said every hour you got to act like it's a new show.
He's right. I mean, it's really reinvigorating for you and everybody.
So I asked him why. I'm not sure I got a really clear answer, but it doesn't matter because he stressed its importance. So that's what I need to do.
We got nothing to lose by doing it.
No. Well, it's probably best to follow, Tom and Mark's advice.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
I would say.
This case, so this is not a weird case. This is hilarious. This guy called on behalf of his adult daughter who went to one of those timeshare sales places. She signed all this paperwork thinking she's getting a credit card.
Oh, wow.
So I said, what was her level of impairment?
Yeah,
At the time,
how old is she?
I didn't ask, but she's an adult. And so he still thinks there's something we can do about it, but I don't know why he dropped this off. But Kelly just dumped this on my desk. She thought she was signing up for a credit card.
Did they mail that to you?
I don't know. Kelly just dropped this off in front of me.
Sorry. What case is that, Dimitri?
The timeshare case.
Oh, my God. Look
.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
It is not Tom Martino. It is Marco Bendinelli from the Bendinelli Law Firm, the best choice for the injured in Colorado. The best law firms are not necessarily the ones that advertise the most. CO Law Firm, that's our website. Bendinelli Law Firm can be found at www.co, like Colorado, colawfirm.com. Go there if you need us, and you will be served. Anyway, we are back at the Troubleshooter Show, the home of the consumer advocate, Tom Martino, the best in the country. He's been doing this for 45 years, taking your complaints, listening to you, and actually caring, and then getting involved in your circumstance and working it out to your benefit. He holds people accountable. This is not just entertainment, although we hope you're entertained, but this is actually a troubleshooter show, and Tom solves problems. There's been hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, and services recovered for consumers everywhere. And you can reach us now. We have a caller on the line. Tom will be with you in a second, but you can call in and reach us at 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO, or 303-713-TALK. You can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com. And we don't have to be on the air for you to email us. You can email us at any time of the day, and we will get it, and we will be responding to you. So Tom is on the line. Tom has an issue with carpet meal. That's all I know. So I'm going to ask Tom, what is your issue with carpet meal?
Am I there?
You are there, sir.
All right. About a month ago, I went to get carpet. I'm doing a project in the basement.
Okay.
And it was like a Thursday. I went into a carpet store and picked out carpet. And then Sunday, the guy came out and measured. Okay.
All right. That's usually how it works.
Yeah. And so Monday, that was Sunday, like a month ago. Monday, I came in, I went back to the carpet store, signed a bunch of papers, gave him my credit card number. He took money out of my credit card and say, okay, next Monday, we'll install. Now, this was like a month ago.
Right. You said that. Okay, so what happened?
Monday came, nobody showed up.
Tom, hang on a sec. Tom, so are we to understand that today came, which is also a Monday, and you still don't have your carpet?
No, this was Monday 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know, but let's talk about today, which is also Monday. Do you have your new carpet or not?
No, I don't have my new carpet.
Why not?
Nobody showed up.
Well, I'm sure you
Now,
called them. What'd they say?
I paid them $1,600 for the carpet. They wanted me to pay for the carpet and the installation. I refused to pay for the installation until after it's done.
Is that why they haven't installed the carpet? Because you haven't paid for the installation?
No, they said they came today, and nobody came today.
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
This was after we settled the first dispute. So I heard nothing about
what? How many disputes were there? I thought there was only one. You paid for the carpet and they didn't deliver.
Yeah, you won't let me let me explain.
Well, go ahead.
The first time I called and they said that I didn't sign the contract. This was 3 weeks ago. So I went back to the store that week and I signed another contract, and then that was supposed to be all good until this Monday. They were supposed to come this Monday and install it. And then I was going to pay for the installation after it was done. Well, they never came today.
Hate to break it to you, but today's not over.
I've already talked to them. They said they were here. They weren't here. They said they called. They didn't call. So now it's to the point where I don't want to use these guys, the carpet mill, anymore.
There's a bunch of carpet mills in Colorado. Which store are you talking about?
There are, and if you want me to specify the store, that's the one on West Colfax.
Out by Denver West?
No, not that. Colfax and Kipling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Tom, are they going to reschedule the installation and show up on another day? Or where does this stand now?
They called and they said they won't reschedule it unless I pay for the installation.
So do you think the whole thing is related to prepayment for the installation? It seems like they told you that before.
Well, we had it to where I wasn't going to pay for the installation till after it was done.
And they agreed to that?
They agreed to that.
So you gave them $1,600.
Agreed to that.
You gave them $1,600.
I paid for the carpet, yes.
And how much is the installation?
It was another $1,600 or $1,300 or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And did you talk to the manager? And he said, okay, you don't have to pay for the installation till after we install the carpet. Did you have that agreement?
We had that agreement until today.
In writing?
In writing, yes.
Okay. So is there a reason that you wouldn't pay for the installation? It seems like, they're a big business. They're a reputable.
Before it's done.
Okay, well, you paid for the carpet before you had it in your possession.
Never pay up front. Never pay up front for anything.
It seems like, well, you know what? Listen, we'll investigate that off
Tom,
the air. Okay?
Tom, this is Bo. Do you want me to call over there during the break, find out about this agreement you have with paying them when the job is done? I mean, if you have something in writing from the manager at the carpet mill on Colfax, it should be a no-brainer. That sounds like to me, it sounds like to me you just want to maybe cancel the whole deal. That's what I'm getting from you.
Well, at this point, maybe I do. All I want is carpet in the basement. And I'm not going to pay for the installation till after it's done.
And now, Tom, what did they actually... Go ahead.
They may say, we're not installing the carpet until you pay for the carpet and the installation.
Have you talked to Tom Martino lately? Would Tom Martino pay for installation until after it's done?
You know what? I'm not going to speak for Tom. But what we'll do is listen.
Have you listened to Tom Martino in the last 40 years?
Then don't do business with the company if you've got to pay for everything up front, my friend. It's that simple. That's what Tom has said for years. Yeah, you can pay for materials up front. He's got no problem with that whatsoever.
I'm not going to pay for the installation until after it's done.
And you have an agreement with that. You've got the contract written out stating that
We had
fact.
an agreement with that, yes.
It is written in the contract.
He talked to the general manager, and the general manager says he's not going to do it till after I pay for everything.
Tom? You there, buddy?
Dragon.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got that written in the contract from the manager stating for the fact that you do not have to pay for installation until it is done. Yes or no?
That's right.
Perfect.
That's right.
Email that over to us and we'll work on it.
Can you do that?
Good advice, Dragon.
Tom, can you do that?
Call that guy out there.
Tom, we will need the contract in order to fight for you. Do you have that in the contract? So no then?
No, I've got it.
Well, you,
right.
You seem pretty sure, but listen.
That's good advice, Dragon. Tom, just email us the contract so we can look at it. And if that language is stated, we'll call over there.
And, so email that, and we have your number, and we will investigate that. We need to see it in the contract, obviously, and we'll investigate it for you, Tom.
We'll call the store, Tom. We'll see if we can help you out.
I'll just call Smarty Pants and see what he can do. You guys are fucking useless. Get Tarmino back.
Oh, listen, Tom. We're going to cut.
Bye, Tom.
See you, Tom. We're going to go to Joseph. You know what? Listen, we are limited by our humanness, and so we will we'll have to cut ties with Tom.
Good luck, Tom.
Oh, Joseph, you have a question on power of attorney, but we need to take a short break. So stay on the line, and we'll be right back. Who's Smarty Pants?
He used to be a deputy, worked here a couple years ago.
I know why Tom is having problems with carpet mill. It's got nothing to do with carpet mill.
Yeah. He doesn't have it
say that.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm sure he doesn't have it.
He said 4 times, I got it in writing.
I don't think he does, Marco.
Well,
yeah, if he did, he'd just email it and then you'd call.
He doesn't have it. And they don't want to have anything to do with him.
No,
I don't blame them.
No.
That's
kind of funny.
That was pretty funny.
Did he say fucking on the air?
Yeah, did it go out?
He can take over on that one for you. But it's
Oh, no, that was good.
If you
That's
say
good,
you got it
Drag.
in writing, send it over. And
Did you
we'll fight for
did
it.
you catch the
Yeah, I got it. But then, yeah, he's like back up going, well, you guys are fucking morons.
Good.
Which might be true.
There might be
Yeah,
a moron.
we're just
leave the F-bomb out of it.
Yeah,
There
we're
might be a
just
moron in this transaction, but it's not us.
yeah, we're just struggling.
Tom says not to pay for it. Well, then don't do business.
Look, he already paid $1,600.
Yeah, even if that's Carpet Mill's model, is to pay everything up front.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that? Don't do business.
You don't have to buy them.
Right.
Simple. But Tom has said over and over again, yeah, pay for materials if that's the way they're doing
Right.
it.
Absolutely, that's a good observation.
Right.
That's
That was
great
good,
It's,
Dragon.
it's all on Tom.
I've had to
All on
use
the
carpet
freaking
company.
moron.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
Let's
that was
see if
funny.
we can get a few more like that. Because that is.
Yeah,
And then we
you got
lost.
in, but it's like, all right, let's.
No,
Let's
I'm glad
move
you
it
did
along.
that.
Yeah.
Because I was a little, I hesitated. Anyway, we lost our caller.
Oh, we did.
Well, and then he
We
came
can
back.
We can reiterate again that, yeah, it's okay
Yeah.
to do business like that.
Yeah.
Pay for materials, because Tom has said that for years.
Right,
There are other
right.
companies like Excel Roofing that are like, we don't take anything until it's done. But there are other companies that, yeah, I need to pay for the lumber, the wood, the
Right.
tile, or something, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But-
Right.
So
And if it's a bigger company that you know you can hold them accountable,
Carpet Mill, I call them a bigger company.
Yeah, they got stores.
So if you don't want to do business like that, if you don't want to pay for
Yeah,
everything up front,
go somewhere else.
then don't do business with them. It is
Right.
that freakishly simple.
right.
You know?
But you assume that the comfort level is increased, when it's a company with multiple locations,
It's kind of like a roofing company. You pay them for the materials, and then after the installation, then you pay them for the installation after the
Right.
roof is completed.
Was that Dragon? That's Dragon.
That's Dragon. Yeah.
He did good.
I don't know his last name, but it's Dragon.
You know, with a name like Dragon, you don't need
anymore.
Marco, you're absolutely right.
You know?
Just like a name like Bandinelli.
Tom got a little aggressive.
Yeah, he wanted it. We're
You
just
get those once in a while. When you ask a
Well, that's
probing
good.
question, they
You
get
know,
pissed, 'cause
that's
they're
good.
not- They already know they don't have a good answer.
That's good radio, though.
Yeah, that's
We got some good listeners.
I hope we get more of those.
Yeah, we need more. Fuck you.
Have you listened to Tom Martino for the last 40 years?
Fuck you, Marco.
Wow. That was so.
That was exciting.
That was,
Yeah, that was funny.
See, we need some more like that.
Let's get some more
Why am I else?
So, if anyone wants to yell and scream at us,
yeah.
give us a call.
Yeah, no, do that, Marco.
We're here for you.
Yeah. You want to yell and scream? Go ahead, but don't
Drop
cuss.
some more F-bombs. 303 Martino, standing by.
Dragon was sharp at cutting it. I thought it went out over the air.
No, he always catches them. Tom gets very nervous. He's always like, Dragon, did you get that? Did you get that? But,
Does he?
Yeah.
It
Tom always
must be a
gets
significant fine. I wonder what the fine is.
I don't know.
Time I'll ask you.
Let me see. Maybe Mark's next to me.
I think the first cuss word's okay, but the second and third, they get you.
You're not too bored?
No.
Okay.
I think it's exciting watching all this. Watch this back and forth go on.
Yeah, it's
Always
good you got.
Yeah, I find it very interesting.
Do you want some coffee?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
How are you
it.
doing with water? We also have Diet Coke.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you so much. I appreciate the accommodations.
I appreciate you coming in. That was really good stuff.
I'm happy to be here. I'm just, like I said, I was prepared, armed for bear.
Oh, really?
I was ready for people just going off with every bad experience they've ever had a police. Because everywhere I go else, I go to the cigar bar, that's what I hear. Every place I go out for a drink, they find out, that's all I hear.
I'm really surprised people aren't calling to complain about cops.
And you used to challenge me all the time, which was good. Every time we would go and we go to Meat Fest or meet somebody, you'd have an idea or an issue. And
from the perspective
of
we
go back and forth.
right-bearing American who's got the Constitution on his side.
You had good information. But I would think there would be more of you out there.
That's what I thought, too. I'm so disappointed in humanity. Yeah, I thought...
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
I'll let you listen to that music just another second or two more because it was so good. Anyway, if you just joined us, you missed an exciting time where we had a caller start swearing and screaming, and makes for exciting radio. We want to help consumers. Tom Martino set that precedent. And Tom is the national leader. Really, he's been doing this show, the Troubleshooter, for 45 years. And so, call us with a problem. We will help. Tom called and had a problem with carpet mill, but perhaps he did not want to pay for the services. And Tom Martino does say, you could pay for materials and maybe not pay for installation or for the work being done until it's completed. Apparently, carpet mill doesn't do things like that. And so Tom needed to do business with someone else, basically. So anyway, that was rather exciting. This is my first time hosting for Tom Martino and Marc Mager, and I've never had, so that would be the first time I had someone swear at me on the radio. Rather exciting for a Monday.
Yeah, it's not the first time that happened here, but Dragon behind the glass over there is pretty good at intercepting these and rewinding the clock. He's got some kind of a time machine over there.
Something like that. I wasn't prepared for that. I don't know if I could have been, frankly. But anyway, we are here to help. 303 Martino. 303 Martino. We've got a couple open lines. You can call in or email us at help@troubleshooter.com.
I have a question for Gary there, Marco.
Okay, Gary is our special guest in studio, Gary Millspaw. He is a retired Aurora police officer, and he's ready to field a question by Deputy Bo.
Not just an officer, but a lieutenant. That's a big deal.
His badge is actually gold-plated. I took a picture of it. I'm going to bargain for it after the show. So, Gary, I've always wondered this. If when you get pulled over, and we're talking about a person's constitutional rights, what's the story when a police officer asks you to step out of the car? Are you under, I know you're not really under obligation to talk to him, but constitutionally, do I have to step out of the car?
That's an interesting question. Yes. Here's what I would, there is case law that from an officer safety perspective, if he asks you to get out of the vehicle, you need to get out of the vehicle. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad outcome. Especially depending on the circumstances. Obviously, every situation is different. What was the nature of the contact? What I would say is, if you get pulled over, do not get out of the car unless the officer asks you to get out of the car. Because I've seen and experienced and had bad results and seen so many videos, which we see all the videos all the time in training during briefings of officers getting attacked or violently attacked or even killed by people that are coming out of their vehicle and coming toward them. And then they produce a weapon sometimes or what have you. So I would highly recommend if you get pulled over, stay in the car, do not get out of the car. You know, there could be a variety of reasons why you're being contacted. You might not even know. You may know why you're being contacted. You may know you're speeding. You may know that you were driving erratically, or maybe you don't know why you're being pulled over. But either way, do not get out of the vehicle unless the officer asks you. And then if the officer does, for officer safety, ask you to get out of the vehicle, then get out of the vehicle. You don't necessarily have to violate your First Amendment rights, as I said before. It's a different thing if an officer asks you, is that address on your driver's license valid? Is the registration, the address valid? Because if they're going to issue a ticket, they've got to know that you're going to show up at court and that they have accurate information. Where is the summons or whatever if you don't appear? Otherwise, you've got some other problems. If they have reason to believe you're not going to appear in court, then you might have to be post a bail. But anyway, that's the point. Don't get out.
Bo, I got a question for Deputy Bo. Why was that your second question on how am I able to not cooperate with law enforcement?
Well, it's never happened to me, but I'm just curious if an officer asks someone to get out of their car, let's say it's a suspicion for DUI. I just don't think constitutionally a person has an obligation to step out of the car. And then what does the officer do? Because, Gary, I'm sure you had instances where people will not get out of the car once you've asked them to get out of the car. Well, so what is the next step?
How do you do roadside sobriety tests or roadside maneuvers if you won't get out of the vehicle when the officer suspects that you're intoxicated while operating?
Is that a criminal offense to not get out of the car? Is that a...
Well, my understanding from case law is purely from an officer's safety viewpoint, that you need to get out of the car if the officer feels that his safety may be in jeopardy. As far as roadside maneuvers, you can decline. They're consensual. You don't have to do roadside maneuvers if the officer asks you to do them. You're not compelled to do that.
Okay. You're not compelled, so you don't have to.
You don't have to do roadside.
I would say as a general consensus, to cooperate with law enforcement, and things are likely to not escalate with a police officer if you cooperate. I would say that the chances dramatically increase that the circumstance and the situation will escalate should you be defiant, uncooperative, disrespectful. So those character traits are probably not useful in any circumstance.
Well, you're correct, because it could lead to an officer's discretion if he has the ability to end up placing you under arrest. whereas he could let you go maybe by a summons. And in either case, whether he lets you go with a summons or whatever the case may be, he's going to put in his notes what your attitude was. He's going to mark that down. He's going to be very specific on how you responded to the contact, to your point. And the assistant DA, when he gets that case brought before him and he reads the officer's notes, you're probably less inclined to get some sort of a plea bargain because of the way you responded to the officer. So yes, it's always best to be cooperative and polite and be respectful, because in any event, it's going to end up in your best interest no matter how the outcome of that contact is.
Exactly. And you know what? And we've got Ellen on line one who has a question about a driver's license issue, but I think it applies primarily to illegal immigrants. I'm not guaranteeing we have the answers to those questions, but Ellen, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I do. I'm interested to get some feedback because you have legal and also police officers' opinions available. But because the state of Colorado has recently made a decision to issue special driver's licenses valid only in the state of Colorado. These licenses would be issued to illegal immigrants. And I wanted to get a feel for some opinions on that.
So the fact that is available to an illegal immigrant, is that your question?
My question is the state of Colorado has recently made the decision to issue special Colorado driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. These licenses would be valid only in the state of Colorado.
So, Ellen, do you have a concern with this?
I have a grave concern. Most of these people don't even speak English. How are they going to read street signs?
Well, I can tell you from a law enforcement standpoint, we would, definitely have a preference where that necessarily was not the case, but unfortunately that in fact is the law. And oftentimes, to your point, yes, we make contact with people that are immigrants. There's been many a time I can attest to where legitimately they don't speak English or they don't speak it fluently. And worst case scenario, they can speak English fluently and they let on as though they can't, which obviously draws out the contact, depending on the nature of the contact, especially if it's a DUI. It could be, you got to get an interpreter.
Yeah. Okay. So listen, Ellen, thank you for your call. And Gary, thank you for your response. I'm sorry, but we have to take a quick break. And should I not comply, I won't be invited back. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
Good job. Just like in the movies, Mark. Way to go. Yeah, you're like a regular
Might as well come in
Frasier.
tomorrow.
Oh, my goodness.
You coming in tomorrow, Marco?
I think Mark is coming back tomorrow.
I know. Let's
use
give
that restroom again. I'm sorry.
You want me to? You know where it is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you got a 5 or 6 minute break right now.
Oh, I'm gonna get some more coffee. You guys want anything?
Jeez,
I'll take another one now.
Okay. And how would you like it? Same amount of cream?
Yeah. You know what? I forgot to add a sweetener.
How many cups have you had?
But I drank it anyway. Yeah. Throw a sweetener in there too.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
yeah.
The cancer packets.
So you think we're doing okay, Bo?
Yeah. Yeah, it's moving along, and it was good to bring Gary in here for some law enforcement questions. I've only been here for less than a year. I mean, I struggled speaking on the air when I first came in.
I'm pleased that they even gave me a chance to do this.
Well, Marco, I think you're going to get a ton of exposure. You've been doing it for 4 hours, just you. I mean, that's a great exposure for your company.
Yeah. But
people.
even beyond that, just to have the confidence in me that I might be able to pull it off.
Yep, you did good.
So that's cool. So thanks, Tom. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah. And it allowed them to have a little time off.
Yeah. So we've had a couple calls. It wasn't consumer issues, but they were interesting. Just like
Sure, and that's what Mark said. All these calls, I think, were all interesting. You know, I learned something about the driver's license. What the fuck are they doing giving driver's license to illegal immigrants?
You know,
I have to take a test. I have to take 2 copies of where I live. I mean, if you have a driver's license, you could do anything on the planet. Apply for a passport, vote. I don't think they should be giving driver's license out to illegal people that don't.
Like a utility bill, a bank statement.
Yeah, I can't go to Mexico and get a driver's license. You know, why are we giving out driver's license? I mean, I don't know what the point of that is.
You know, go to Germany. Say, I want free health care.
Yeah.
You know, can you give me food stamps?
You can do a lot with the driver. I didn't think that's a mistake to give illegal.
No, but what I'm saying is countries usually require you to be a citizen before they give you stuff.
My roommate from college, Marco, he married this gal, moved to Scotland. They bought a property in Scotland. He pays taxes. You know, he's a productive citizen there. Marco,
Where?
In Scotland. In England. Scotland. Okay. They make him come back every 6 months. He can't stay. He can't get a permanent visa.
Huh.
And he actually is a property owner there. But it's everything. Yeah, he'll catch a fly to Denver for the weekend, get his passport stamped, and go back. And I think that's what we should do. Yeah. He's been doing this for 7 years. They just won't grant him permanent citizenship.
Well,
and I applaud him for it.
I think people had enough.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna talk to Gary. Gary, it's freaking ridiculous to be giving illegal immigrants a goddamn driver's license because you can vote, you can get a passport.
Well, they're supposed to not be able to vote by virtue, but so they say that it's not. I know it's
that's
BS.
Bullshit.
That's bullshit. Once you open the door, but then they're concerned, obviously from the state legislative standpoint, that from they passing that law, that they're going to drive anyway, and if they have the driver's license and they pass the test and everything else, that they're going to be less of a hazard on the roadway. That's their justification for it.
Because they have to take the test?
Yeah.
What do you think? Are you for it? I'm
not for it, but like I said, they're so used to, before this came about, they used to just leave the car just where it is at. They get in an accident. That's what they do in Mexico. They get in a crash, they leave the car.
And they run.
When they run?
They run or they just disappear by the time you get there to the accident scene.
Well, they're gone. They
leave
the car there.
They just leave the car there.
Jesus Christ. But so you think having a valid driver's license would keep them at the scene of the accident?
Yeah, provided they don't have a warrant.
Oh, okay.
You never know. It's like a box of chocolates. You can roll up on something. It's anything can happen. It's just,
so
my buddy's son went through the academy, got hired as a state trooper, and he's out on the.
That's 2 Z's, 1 R. LazzaraLegal.com.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Thank you for joining us. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Tom Martino and Marc Mager are not here. I'm filling in. My name is Marco Bendinelli. We are, my firm represents injured people. We're a personal injury law firm. And I am privileged to be here today. Just really taken back, honored that Tom and Marc would trust me to host this show. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been exciting. It's been a rather uppity Monday, and time has flown. So we're glad you're tuning in. We're glad for appreciate your calls. We invite more. Give us a call at 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO, and let us know what's going on with you. Are you having problems with a contractor? Are you having problems with anything that's consumer related? This show was built by Tom Martino as a consumer advocate. 45 years later, he is still strong and helping people that have been taken advantage of, need help, been ripped off, been suffered something, some harm at the hand of a scammer. So give us a call. We will help. Earlier today, Deputy Bo gave us a little update on previous callers. And so just to let you folks know that you're not talking into the abyss. There is follow-up here. There are people that care, and your situation will be investigated, and hopefully we will get you some justice. So we appreciate you listening. We appreciate your calls. 303-MARTINO. Tom has been, we listened to a rather emotional description as to why Tom had been out for months. And Marc Mager gave us some details on that, I think for the first time last week, in that, Tom had been diagnosed, unfortunately, with pancreatic cancer. And Mark was very emotional as he related to the listeners Tom's plight, but was happy to report, more than happy to report, really shed tears of joy that, everybody knows that if you're going to have cancer, Lord knows you don't want pancreatic cancer. That is typically a death sentence. I won't mince words. And fortunately, Tom underwent a surgery that the surgeon was able to extract all of the cancer. And, Tom is going to be fully recovered. He is in the 3% of people that survive pancreatic cancer. And so we are very, very happy about that. We enjoy Tom, and, he is such a talent, and he is such a sincere consumer advocate. He's done so much for so many people. We owe, consumers in general owe Tom, a debt of gratitude. He's devoted his life to this. This is his calling. And he excels at it. And, one of the reasons that he's been so successful is because of his sincerity in wanting to bring justice and, uncover unscrupulous vendors. And, and so his long-standing success, 45 years, the longest syndicated radio show in the country. That doesn't happen by accident. And, and his popularity, is due to his sincerity into what he does. This is not a game for Tom. This is his life. And he cares about consumers. He cares about consumer rights. And he zealously pursues remedies for people that have been ripped off. People that have been cheated. He's been taking your calls. He's been listening to your concerns, and he's been answering questions and solving problems. And we are happy to report that Tom will be back in this chair, continuing his mission. We're very grateful for that. What an asset, to folks everywhere. And Marc Mager, too. Marc has been with Tom, 20 years? Something like that?
Something like that, forever and ever and ever. It's definitely...
And Marc Mager shares Tom's passion. And that's why they've been such a successful team. You know, it's really wonderful. And I'm just privileged to have been exposed to this a little bit. And, you know, I've been down here as a guest a couple times. And, you know, it's really compelling. You know, the passion, the sincerity, you know, the focus. And so I'm honored to be sitting in Tom's chair, frankly.
Marco, I don't know if I think this is a good time to ask you for a follow-up on a case that you called in, or we called you about a month and a half ago.
Okay.
Now, I'm used to lawyers in movies saying, hey, I can't comment on pending litigation, so that's your out. But to the extent that you can answer, or at least bring us a little bit up to date on this, you may recall about a month and a half ago, a lady called us because her husband unfortunately died as a result of choking. And she found out that he had an accidental death policy through his employer.
And you know what? And I can tell you about that case.
Oh!
But we need to take a quick break.
Fantastic. I can't wait.
So stay tuned, and you're going to hear about a real life circumstance on a life insurance denial. We'll be right back after the break.
But you can talk about it. And it's a great hook.
And then we got a call.
And we got somebody's going to rake Gary over the coals.
Yeah, for a call for the lieutenant.
Gary, you're going to get raked over the coals.
I can either confirm or deny.
I think it's that Tom guy.
It is.
Under false name.
He wants to know if he can call the police on the carpet mill.
That's right. Probably.
Call Lakewood PD on the...
That was good filler. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't just filler. That was really good content.
Yeah.
Good
job,
job,
I didn't know
Marco.
he had the pancreatic cancer and that he's in the 3%. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
Truly amazing.
It is.
The bullet. Dodge the bullet. Dodge. Not been an easy.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks for this.
Yeah, you bet. One pink packet in there, and I stirred it up.
A little bit of sugar. Never hurt anybody.
Sweetener
No,
with
a little
sugar.
bit of sugar substitute is even better, because then you don't get all of the negatives from the sugar.
Sugar is definitely poison.
My buddy goes, he acts like he goes, I take my coffee black. Mm-hmm. He acts like it's a Medal of Honor, and I always tell him, you're a sissy. You take cream and sugar. I go, look, the caffeine doesn't jump out, just because you put a little cream and sugar in there.
Now, I always tend to go heavy on cream.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, that's real cream.
Mm-hmm.
I buy organic, heavy whipping cream. That's on that half and half bullshit.
My significant other requires that.
That is good stuff. I go through about 3 pints of cream per week.
Wait a minute. Am I coming back on?
Somebody said just drink it straight from the carton.
Oh, no. Okay. I don't think we go back on till 1:52.
What, really?
Yeah, we got another 4 minutes.
That's it?
They sell a lot of advertising here.
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
Tom's good at it. So is Mark.
Yeah, they're both. Absolutely fantastic. Their jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 3 minutes still. That's a long time. I may take a nap.
Gary, are they still, short hundreds of cops in Aurora?
Well, I can't tell you the exact deal. What I can tell you is that it's picked up significantly.
Since Trump got elected.
Yeah, they were getting 50 people to Academy now. Before they were getting 10. Which for
Well, the leaders need to support law enforcement. It's not that complicated.
I know.
Instead of like villainizing.
Well, that's the thing. You should, I had an interesting thing. I was the lieutenant and the commander of the recruiting and hiring section. And the black community, the ministerial alliance, they were all complaining about not enough black officers. And so I was in City Council Hall, and I was sitting there, the only white guy there. I introduced my staff, we were a black staff, that gave a really good presentation with our limitations as far as our budgets and all the competition we have with bigger departments crisscrossing the country for the same locations, for the same black candidates, going to military installations, going to black college, but they far had bigger budgets. So what I said to them was, you can't have it both ways. You're vilifying the police department, and there's no, in your community, that translates to no prestige. That's no prestige or status. Yeah, well, not only that, it tells their young applicants that would be great applicants that there's no honor or prestige. Plus, we're going to disparage you, and you're going to be a pariah in your own community if you become an Aurora police officer. And what I pointed out to them was that there was a U.S. Marine Corps campaign at that time, commercial, where they had a Marine at the top of Mount Rushmore in his dress blues with a saber. And you had a young black male at the bottom of Mount Rushmore, and if it killed him, he's climbing that mountain because of the honor and prestige of being a U.S. Marine, and he climbs it, and he gets a salute, and he gets the salute from the Marine. Well, that's what I told him. I alluded to that. And I said, this is kind of a local campaign. Well, to them, they didn't want to give up their power and prestige, though. They're going to get steamrolled by the Black Congressional Caucus or anybody else up there.
Is that us? No.
Nope.
This is like the 8th time today we got food.
We're just a bunch.
It's the 8th time we got fooled by the music.
We're just a bunch of damn amateurs. But on a great learning.
Weekdays 2 to 4, it's Ryan Schuling.
Kathleen Scamma, outgoing president of the Western Energy Alliance, joins to express support for the Natural Resources Reconciliation Bill before the U.S. House, part of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. Monday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
A guitar player myself, I just love that lead guitar. This is Marco Bendinelli from the Bendinelli Law Firm, filling in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager. Pleased to do so, honored to do so. Prior to the break, Deputy Dimitri asked me a question about a prior case, which I will answer. However, we've got a caller on the line who has a question for our special guest, Gary Millspaugh, a retired, I said retired police officer previously, and that's not inaccurate, but he was actually a lieutenant. And, and there's some honor and distinction that comes with that. So that is who Gary Millspaugh is. He's a retired lieutenant from the Aurora Police Department. And we have Pat on the line who has a question for Gary. Go ahead, Pat.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, in watching a few of those late night police shows, a lot of people don't have driver's license when they pull them over. How prevalent is that?
Actually, it's not that prevalent, to be honest with you. I mean, most people that we contact, if I had to give you a percentage, was they did have, in fact, a driver's license. Oftentimes, it's an expired driver's license. Oftentimes, it's a suspended driver's license they have. Or revoked driver's license that we find out, obviously, when we run it through the database. But as far as people just having no valid driver's license, period, it's kind of unusual, but the stakes are a lot higher if you have a revoked or a suspended license for a variety of reasons, failure to pay child support, DUIs in the past, whatever the case may be, versus a person that just does not have a valid driver's license. It's a much lower offense.
Huh. Okay. Well, I just wondered, what about people with no insurance?
Yeah, we do come across a lot of that, unfortunately. But that, yes, there is a lot larger population that does not have valid driver's license or valid insurance. Oftentimes, as you would figure, we find that out not only at traffic stops, but primarily at accident scenes.
Gary, what percentage of the driving population out there would you say is uninsured?
Well, as far as the contacts that I would have, I'm just going to say from personal contacts, I would say about 40%. It may be a lot higher.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we pay uninsured motorist coverage and underinsured motorist coverage.
Well, Pat, I'm going to jump in there on that comment. Hold on a second here. Listen, that is the most important part of everybody's car insurance policy, and rarely do people know that. we call it which is uninsured and underinsured motorist. That is absolutely the most critical part of your car insurance, because if that coverage steps into the shoes of an at-fault party that may injure you. So really, if they are uninsured, or if they have state minimums, $25,000, then your coverage kicks in. And I've, being a personal injury lawyer for 30 years, I've seen some tragic things, some terrible things, and that check. Sometimes you're more likely to be disabled in a car accident than anything else. And that check is the last check people see before they get Social Security disability. And so anybody that's listening, all the listeners, it is the most important part of your car insurance policy. And, and don't listen to the hype. Got 15 minutes, save 15% on your car insurance. That is not the place to be saving money. And people don't know that until, tragedy strikes. And so anyway, we thank you for listening. I appreciate Tom, the esteemed and respected host, Tom Martino and Marc Mager, allowing me to fill in. We'll be back at you tomorrow morning. Make sure you're listening.
Save all your problems for us.
Keep your dial tuned. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Our home, the cradle of our family. Give it love and attention with ZeroResDenver.com. 3 rooms, $119 and $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. 471-5150.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
As we turn our attention to friends and family and cozy warm homes, keep in mind Plumline Services with plum crazy deals on new Carrier furnaces or honest repairs and service. You'll love Plumline's mission of excellence, character, and ethics, and top quality brands like Carrier, serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Plumline and Carrier, turn to the experts. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Servants at heart.
Are you struggling with vision loss as you get older? Do you have a child who is blind or losing their vision? Are you a blind person wondering how you'll succeed in school, at work, or as a parent? We can help. The National Federation of the Blind knows that blindness doesn't have to keep you from living the life you want. We invite you to learn more about us and how we can help at nfb.org. The National Federation of the Blind. Live the life you want.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Nationwide air traffic controllers are dealing with staff shortages and aging equipment, and we're learning more about that brief outage of flight screens at Newark Liberty International Airport 1 week ago. ABC's Sam Sweeney says it prevented controllers from talking with aircraft for more than a minute.
This
had a ripple effect throughout the day at Newark. And as you can imagine, this can be a traumatic experience when you are controlling airplanes in some of the busiest and most complicated airspace in the country. The last thing you want is for your screen to go dark or freeze, and then also lose the ability to communicate with these pilots.
President Trump says his administration is in trade talks with many countries, he says, including China. Investors and businesses, though, remain uncertain over tariffs. At the White House this afternoon, the president meets with Ksenia Karelina, a U.S. Russian citizen and ballerina who was released in a prisoner swap with Russia in March. This is ABC News. In Northern California, residents in the town of Benicia and the East Bay being told to shelter and close windows, all due to a fire that's burning at the Valero refinery. A pioneer in video calling services, along with that iconic sound, is no more.
Microsoft is hanging up on Skype. The tech giant acquired the company for $8.5 billion back in 2011, after which Skype saw hundreds of millions of monthly users. But during the early months of 2020, 300 million people were using competitor Zoom daily, while only 70 million were using Skype. Today, that number is closer to 36 million. Microsoft says it's transferring people's existing Skype account information to its workplace software, Teams. Mike Dubowski, ABC News.
Another string of volatile storms stretching from the southwest to New England. Back-to-back storms of the past week putting Oklahoma in the crosshairs again. Residents in parts of the state facing life-threatening flooding. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
A bill making its way through the Colorado legislature is designed to protect civil rights for immigrants. The bill would stop local governments from working with federal agents and sharing personal information, and agents must have a valid warrant for entering into non-public areas, and it includes other protections as well. Republican Representative Brandy Bradley opposes the measure.
This bill incentivizes illegal immigration, increases financial burdens on taxpayers, weakens public safety, and undermines Colorado's trust in their government. It is a reckless expansion of failed policies that Colorado cannot afford.
The bill will go back to the Senate for consideration. A fisherman was found dead at Steamboat Lake State Park over the weekend. Colorado Parks and Wildlife say that an overturned inflatable belly boat was found and the man was still strapped inside. A life vest was not found on the fisherman. Police are still investigating the incident. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
Over on the west end of town, I-70 eastbound approaching Lowell Boulevard. Road work with 2 lanes blocked, seeing stop-and-go traffic back from I-76. If you are traveling eastbound on I-70, watch out for about a 30-minute delay. Possible detours in place. You might want to move around this one if you're heading eastbound towards the downtown area. I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Don't even think about real estate investing unless you use the Vestera turnkey method. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I've trusted renowned realtor Barry Miller for more than 30 years. He has thoroughly researched undervalued cities with great potential, enlisted the best professional property managers, and he has timed exit strategies to double investments in just 2 years. They're safe and secure investments. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
The federal government is now suing Colorado and Denver, and the lawsuit is connected to this video that you see here, which was first shown here on Fox 31.
That's right. You'll remember surveillance cameras capturing alleged Venezuelan gang members apparently terrorizing residents at an Aurora apartment building. And the Justice Department says that Colorado leaders and Denver's policies were to blame. Here's Matt Maher with a deeper dive tonight. Matt.
The lawsuit that was filed just a short time ago specifically targets state and city laws that limit cooperation between local and state law enforcement agencies and federal immigration authorities. The law